You are listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, on the AB, and on every online radio directory. NUFC Talk, the voice of the Toon Army.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Geordie biased Premier League show here on NUFC Talk TV and on DAB Radio. I'm Michael Grimslaw. I'm joined by Iain Mackay this evening. How's it going, Iain? You alright?
It's all good, Michael. Yes, I was away, as you know, on the weekend. I've been kind of insulated from the fallout from that dreadful performance on Saturday. I'm really pleased I haven't had to talk about it. I've had 48 hours to cool off, but I'm still a bit cross about it.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one, wasn't it? I mean, when I was doing the player ratings, I had the chat in with us, the members, and if I'm completely honest, they were a lot more brutal than what you and I normally are. Hello to those in the chat, by the way. Red Times, Man United fan, already in there as well. And David Spence, hello there, buddy. How is it going? But today we're not going to focus too much on Newcastle 2, Everton 3 at St James's Park, because there was 9 other games over the weekend. But I do want to focus on a player from that particular game, and it isn't one from Newcastle United. So for those that haven't caught the last 48 hours of coverage, Newcastle scored twice, equalised late on, had the atmosphere behind them, and still walked away with nothing. And there's a player on the Everton side who, for me, was a large part of that in an absolutely fantastic game, and it was Everton's James Garner. He's been linked with a move, a return, should I say, to Manchester United. And Red Times in the chat saying Bruno Guimaraes to Manchester United. James Garner going back is also a rumour there, but Everton apparently rate him at 60 million. Now, obviously, you weren't able to see the game at the weekend, but from what you've seen of him, can you see why?
I think he put another 10 million on his price when he played against Manchester United in that brutal wrestling match that there was. Was it midweek or was it last weekend? Last Monday night?
Yeah, Monday night.
I think Garner has always flattered to deceive, and he's been in some very defensive-looking Everton sides. But since Moyes got there, he's really brought a little bit more out on him, hasn't he? And he's quite a... He's got a bit of a Joe Linton about him, but also a little bit of a creative midfielder about him. Jack of all trades, and quite good at all of them as well. 60 million seems a lot, but if you want him in your midfield, I think it'd be a step up on. Tell you what it'll be an athletic Casemiro that they'll replace him with. By the way, for Red Times, this is what the next year's Manchester United first team kit is going to look like if Adidas get their hands on it, based on what they've done to the Newcastle kit for next year. It's a joke.
Could you imagine?
Would never wear a Man United kit.
Yeah, let's be honest. There's more chances of Man United getting relegated this season than Iain wearing a Man United kit. But maybe that's something we can put a bet on at the end of the season if something along those lines happens. But yeah, James Garner, you look at him alongside Idrissa Gueye and even Kane and Dewsbury Hall, who you look at them and you think, yeah, they're decent central midfielders. Dewsbury Hall definitely better than Gueye. Gueye was once rumoured to be that price that James Garner was, but he's a standout in a lot of teams, and I didn't really get the hype all that much. I thought he was a fairly standard central defensive midfielder, and to be honest, that's he's playing for Everton, so I don't think they do that well. I think they sit back 10 men behind the ball. It's easy to be a defensive midfielder in that kind of shape, but playing against Newcastle, I know we had most of the ball, they sat back, but he's not flashy, he's not chaotic, he's not a box-to-box just for the sake of movement. He controls the game so well. And I don't know if that was just Newcastle's midfield not being great on the day, but dictates tempo, recycles possession, screens the defence, and if they do make Europe, which looks more likely than Newcastle making Europe at the moment, Everton on 40 points in 8th, just 3 points off Brentford, but the top 8 could easily end up with European football this season, and it'd be a great feat for them. But if they do get that, I can see there being not a fire sale, but a lot of teams coming in for those star Everton players. And I was going to say it's not going to be Barry or Beto, but they both scored against us, so that just makes me look like more the fool. But onto
Garner's really helped by the fact you've mentioned him, but you just go over the top of him. Dewsbury Hall is a much better player than he looked when he was at Chelsea, I think.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. Yeah,
and I think the pair of them work very well in tandem. And then when you put that Irabonum fella, who is the walking yellow card, that's doing all the really dirty work, it's quite a strong midfield. And nobody would pick those three out and say, the best midfield in the Premier League, like apparently we have. But to be fair, they weren't threatened by our midfield for the whole match.
No, you could see how much we were missing Bruno Guimaraes, weren't you? And Jacob Ramsey had a great game in the first half, came off vomiting on the side of the pitch. Not sure all too much what's happened since. Hopefully he's okay for Wednesday, because he was having a good game. But the midfield is really where we've struggled this season. And we'll speak on a later episode about where it's sort of gone wrong in that sort of midfield battle, because names wise we do have a lot of talent, but it's just not really clicking at all. But just on to move on, I just wanted to give a shout out to Ghana. I know people on this channel will be absolutely sick of hearing us talk about Newcastle Everton, but that's one player I hadn't heard mentioned, so I wanted to just briefly mention him there, and I thought he did a brilliant job. But this weekend there was a lot of results that it looked like they were going to go Newcastle United's way, and then they didn't. Burnley obviously getting that, having that last minute goal against Brentford disallowed Ashley Barnes. A lot of hatred towards VAR based on that. It took 8 minutes, I believe. JJ Watt, heavily associated with Burnley at the minute, coming out and saying, if it takes 10 minutes, it isn't a clear and obvious error. And I'm agreeing with Americans who haven't followed. Well, he might have followed the sport all of his life. I don't know, but it doesn't. It's this couple of years is the first I've heard of him involved in it. So, when I'm agreeing with people like that, it's a surprise for me. But he's absolutely bang on the money. Have you seen the incident? The Ashley Barnes offside, as it is called?
Well, I mean, it's marginal, isn't it? But I mean, could it be any more marginal than Joe Willock's disallowed goal that took 6 or 7 minutes because he hadn't had his
highbrow?
I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's ridiculous. Yeah. These are goals that shouldn't be disallowed. The attacking team scoring ought to be rewarded when it's technically like that. And I mean, I know technically they've got the kit to be able to say he's offside, but if it takes 10 minutes to split them, that's ridiculous. It's microscopic. I don't know if it needs the offside law to be changed, but surely common sense can prevail. If they're level, it used to be if they're level, you would give the advantage to the attacking player. And, when it's like that, it's level. Surely it's level. Just because, I mean, if Willock had a facial and taken the top layer of skin cells off his forehead, he'd have been onside. Bonkers. And
Barnes same with Ashley Barnes.
Barnes was just as close. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those. Ashley Barnes, he's been devoid of a Premier League moment for a very long time, and you can say that whether that's down to the quality of the player, but he's a Burnley legend. He's stuck by them. He could have easily, at the start of this season, he knew he wasn't going to get many games for Burnley. He could have easily gone to, been at another side in the Championship. He chose to be at Burnley, and the wage will be a large part of that as well. But it was a feel-good moment. It was one of those where it was so tight. If he's a foot offside, you can't care about feel-good moments in that point of view. But when it's literally effectively the length of a toenail, it's for me, we've got to stop doing stuff like that. And the worry for me with VAR is that there is talks that VAR will be used on corners, to be specific, next season. Could you imagine how horrific that would be, stopping the game every couple of minutes because, we're not sure if it went out for a corner or not. We say we've got pitch side technology which will tell us in an instant. It's never turned on. It's never working. So is that something you can see happening in the Premier League, or do you think it's a step too far in the direction of VAR?
Well, look, I think. I know you could get every single decision right, couldn't you? And you could take the time and would have a like the 60-minute American football game that takes a whole 4 hours or something to complete. You'll end up with football matches that are 90 minutes, but taking at least twice that to get through, because everything will be stopped and looked at. And I don't want that. I did prefer watching that Aston Villa game. We won 3-1, even though when we looked back, Abraham was clearly offside. I thought it was a really clever free kick, and he took it really well. And I wasn't that bothered that he was awarded the goal because there was no VAR. I know when we looked it back, he looked like he was clearly a foot offside. But I can live with that sort of decision. If the referees and the linesmen are getting back to making decisions like it used to be most of the time I watched football for, you just lived with them and you could discuss whether something was or wasn't offside. The thing is, without VAR, nobody ever really knows for sure, and therefore you give the benefit of the doubt to the referee, but the game moves on straight away. We can leap in the air and punch the air and not feel maybe 5 minutes later that we've wasted all of that emotional energy because the game's kicked off and started again. So I really fear for this pursuit of absolute perfection for all decisions will end up killing the spontaneity and the enjoyment of watching football, because it's already been choked by, right at the end of a game, stop for 8 minutes. For the home crowd, it's a disappointment, but then they've got to kick off and do something else for the next minute and a half. They're not going to have another chance in that. They're just going to be ruining the fact that VAR has gone against them. It's ridiculous. I'm not a massive advocate of it. I'd rather live with one or two clear things that go wrong.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like it's a case of, I remember one of the big talking points when I was growing up was, you'd go to school, there'd be no VAR. It was a little while ago, but you'd be talking and you'd be like, how did that referee get that wrong? Like, how stupid can you be to get that wrong? And obviously, I'm talking as a kid. It's a little better language. Maybe it isn't the way I'm speaking, but the better language being used in the modern day about VAR, etc. But you were looking, and it was a talking point, and you went, you can see how he might have just got it wrong. You can understand it. It's human error. You don't mind it as much when it's like slight gaps. But then when the same errors are happening week on week, and this wasn't an error, to be fair, it was, it was the right decision in the end by the letter of the law. We've all said the law needs to change, maybe more than VAR. And it was a sucker punch, and it was one that on the live with Gary on the match commentary, we were deflated at the end of the game, and then you see my face just brighten up because I'm sitting here thinking, right, we're not 8 points, or how many points is it now? Off Brentford, we're 9 points off Brentford. Sorry, we're down. It's 7 now. We've got, it's a little bit easier for us. They've drawn to Burnley. And it just didn't happen. But it took 8 minutes for them to figure that out, and it's a bit of an atrocious one. But elsewhere, again, Man United, we're not really looking at Manchester United now and thinking Newcastle can catch them. 15 points off our opponents on Wednesday. They're in a great run of form under Michael Carrick, and you could argue that is an example of where changing your manager is working. Chelsea, I know they've had a couple of difficult games, but they're 3 games without a win now. Whether Rossini is going to turn that around, who knows? Did you catch the game? Chelsea versus Arsenal?
Did catch that one actually, yes.
What did you make of it?
Again, well, I think they cancelled each other out a lot, and I think there was a lot riding on it for both teams. Arsenal obviously at a point where another disappointing draw or defeat puts the Premier League race right in the mix. As it was, their 2-1 win meant that means they're still 5 points ahead of City, although City have got a game in hand, something like that. Excuse me. But yeah, decided on 3 set pieces. So attack and play was snuffed out a little bit. I don't mind people scoring goals from set pieces, thank goodness, because Newcastle are either letting fly from outside the box or scoring from a set piece right now. Somebody got sent off though, didn't they? That was such a
Pedro Neto, yeah.
red card. What on earth? I mean, I don't know if you saw. He sort of went in parallel to the ground to try and bring Martinelli down. He didn't even bring him down. It was such a ridiculously bad challenge. He didn't even bring him down. But to do that 2 minutes after he's been booked for waving his hands and arguing about something. Yeah, I thought that Chelsea did all right actually with 10 men. They were still in it right at the end. They were pushing hard. It would be funny if Arsenal had conceded. They didn't, sadly. Raya made a couple of really good saves. But yeah, I think Arsenal are I don't know. I think Man City will breathe down their neck for quite a few more games yet. So Arsenal they've cleared a difficult hurdle there by beating Chelsea, but they've still got some tough games to come, not including the home match against Newcastle, of course. But I think they've still got plenty of opportunity to have a wobble and maybe finish second again, which, let's face it,
I think everyone wants.
Would be coming in gallon jugs if he finishes second again, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and he's come under a lot of criticism recently, which I will get to in just a moment. But we've got a couple of questions in on the chat. Thanks those for joining us as well. Steve's in there, Kim Cam. Welcome in, and still bad dad as well. He's got 2 questions for us. So obviously the Leeds and Manchester City game stopped for Ramadan. I think there was a couple of others did as well. There was the boos from the Leeds fans as it was happening, but he's asking, should a game stop so players can break Ramadan? Should players even be on the pitch if that is the case? My initial thoughts is I don't know how else you can do it. I think there is a very large Muslim following in every club in the Premier League at the moment, and as much as it's something new and it's not really something that I understand too much, I think it's something where it is needed for some players, but at the same time, you know, why can't they just go have a break when the ball's out of play and just say, right, ball's out of play, you go, rather than making a big song and dance of it. Personally, I don't mind it. I do think it's probably a necessity in the modern day, just with religion, culture and stuff like that. We try and keep football out of it as much as what we can. If you were to say you can't do that, that's just putting it right at the centre, and instead of a minute or two of waiting, you end up with years upon years of debate and, you know, hatred towards other people for it. But what do you think, Iain, on that one?
I think it's normal in Muslim countries, isn't it? They probably organise the kick-off times differently.
Probably do, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it didn't take ages. Let's be honest, it didn't take ages. It's got to be accommodated. We're all very inclusive in the Premier League and with UEFA and the Champions League. All of those messages that come out before every game are to be inclusive. And I think if you are taking something which is important, central in that religion, and saying we're just going to ignore it, we're not going to make any allowances for you to do it, and we're not being inclusive, and that will be wrong. So I think, you know,
yep.
Otherwise you break.
Yeah, exactly. And the second question is, Woltemade is being hammered by the media. Your thoughts, please. Do you want to take the lead on this one?
to say something you're not going to expect, Michael,
Oh,
because I've dived in from listening to it on Radio Newcastle and swum quite a way across to the Boaky side, because I think the performance on Saturday was all down to Howe picking players to play in their wrong positions. Maybe we did get lulled a little bit into a false sense of security, and that Woltemade can play in midfield when he's up against a 10-man Villa team or the farmers from Karabag. But Woltemade's got to play as centre forward before he can be judged. It's ridiculous. It's like putting him in goal and saying he's rubbish. It's not his position. Why Joe Linton, who could play that role, was shoved onto the left wing when you've got our best left winger, Anthony Gordon, playing centre forward? I think Howe has lost it completely. I think the bare minimum that you expect, if you're doing back to basics, is that you pick your players to play in the positions that they have become professional footballers in and not improvise around it. It definitely looked better when he moved them all back to the right positions, but we were one down by then. So he admits that was wrong. Woltemade should not be getting hammered for these Newcastle performances. I have a lot of sympathy with Nick Woltemade. We've seen what a good player he is. We've seen how highly rated he is in Germany. They're not idiots, but they'll probably be looking across at Newcastle again. But you're playing him as a number 8, thinking that we are idiots. Because for me, he's a 9, but he needs somebody close to him, and we've got to play with a number 10. I would have suggested that Ramsey could have been they could have stumbled across some player that could work in the midfield that's close to Woltemade to be able to bring him into the game much enough. But I just think that it's desperation. Howe doesn't know how to use him as a 9, but he's spent so much money on him, he's got to play him. So he's playing him in a midfield role, which is fair enough. I get it. When there was only 2 fit midfielders, you had to. But now we've 4. Miley's coming back as well. There's plenty of midfielders to cover that position with midfielders without making the centre forward do it. That's my view. Woltemade, I am still a fan. I just think he's let down badly by the management team.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, I do agree. Yeah,
It's a Boaky view, by the way.
No, I completely agree. I think the Eddie Howe has got. Let's be honest, you can say Eddie Howe's got things wrong, and I think the way Woltemade has been played, I think it is wrong. But what I'm going to add on to that is, Woltemade is struggling, but he's struggling in a position where he shouldn't be playing. We put him back up front, and he is still struggling because players aren't getting close to him. We're not playing to his strengths at all whatsoever, and I think the issue is. I don't think Newcastle are ever going to play to the strengths of Nick Woltemade, and I've said sometimes that I think maybe Woltemade should leave. I don't think it's a good thing for Newcastle. I think it's the best thing for him. I think you put him in for some other teams, and I think he does absolutely fantastic. We'll go through just a couple of the other ones in there as well. Just remember that we do have 2 new shows coming after this, where most of the questions you are asking will be answered, but I will just quickly go through, add them, and then go into more of the Premier League. Kenny asking, who is the young 21-year-old French keeper we are apparently looking at? It is Robin Rissa from Lens. I don't know too much about him. I can guarantee the later shows they'll have done a bit more research on him. I can take a look at his stats, but apparently he looks all right. Plays for Lens. Again, virtually unknown to me. League One, not my strong suit, but he is the one that we're looking at.
I did see somebody posted today, I can't remember if it was on TikTok or something, and they said that they'd found the hybrid between Nick Pope and Aaron Ramsdale, and it's this Rissa fella at Lens. To be honest, that doesn't sound very encouraging, does it?
No, I hope it's the better traits they're talking about and not the worse ones. And just one in from the Chris there as well. Just as a question, lads, you've been saying we've seen it's quality, but facts are we have not. I think to another diversion from bad results. I don't hate him. He's not good enough to be our forward. To be honest, there's moments where I do agree, but there's also moments where, particularly in these first, let's say, 5 to 10 games, I looked at him and went, you know what, there's a player there. We're not playing to his strengths and we're not working towards him. I agree in the last few, but I'd say the last few games. In 2026 and even a bit in December, I haven't seen that player at all. It's a player devoid of confidence, and a team not playing to his strengths. And you can say why ever that is. Yeah, that's down for a different episode, I think. Otherwise, we'd be here for another hour and 30. But there is a player in there, and I think it's very. I'm not going to say it's similar to Chris Wood because he's already done better than Chris Wood did, but we didn't play to his strengths. He looked like a League Two National League player. Last season, he was up there for one of the players of the season. So there's a big thing to be said about playing to a player's strengths. And I think there's a lot of other clubs out there that will do. But thanks, everyone, for their questions in there as well. We're just talking about Arsenal, the Chelsea game as well. We're talking about Pedro Neto's red card. The interesting thing for me, based on that, before we went into the questions, was they were saying earlier on in the day, Pedro Neto apparently didn't even realise he was on a yellow card. Now, I've seen the footage since, and it's the reason I bring it up, and he's literally stood 10 yards away from the referee, looking at the referee when he gets the card out. So I'm not entirely sure what he could be thinking of that.
My view of that incident, by the way, that he's arguing about, which is Sanchez being fouled when the corner comes over.
Mm-hmm.
Timber scores one of the cleanest headers from an Arsenal corner that I've seen, actually. Sanchez hasn't got anybody around him apart from one of his own defenders, and he can't get past him. So Sanchez is in no man's land, and Timber scores a good header. I don't know if Sanchez didn't know who it was who was blocking him, but it was one of his own players. So there was no argument, although Sanchez, obviously disappointed to go behind again, was arguing and running off to the linesman and everything. And I think it's just a knee-jerk reaction from Neto to be complaining about it, which is why the referee rightly booked him, and he knew he was booked. 2 minutes later to go in like a ballistic missile and then somehow jump underneath Martinelli. Martinelli could hurdle him. I think Martinelli wanted to keep going. He was clear, wasn't he? But that was ridiculous. And I had him to score in the game as well, so he ruined my bets by getting sent off. He's only getting a super sub when he's sent off.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm always talking through my pocket.
You always have that close to home.
Arsenal deserved the win, I think, but they don't
Absolutely.
They're not interesting to each other. They're not dynamic at all. I'm remembering Arsenal team that came up to Newcastle that we drew 4-4 with, actually, and had Walcott and the year before when Bergkamp and Henry were playing. I mean, Arsenal used to have some real flair about them. This team doesn't. I know Saka can do something when he gets on the ball, but again, they're a little bit like Newcastle, aren't they? They're a bit athletic and strong, and everything's geared up for winning a corner and then being too big and strong and clever at the set piece. Declan Rice's set piece delivery is wonderful. But it's not. It's back to 70s and 80s football. It's not sophisticated reverse balls that you're not expecting, which defensive splitting passes and everything, which I love to watch. Or
completely agree.
Going on a nice run, beating two fullbacks and slotting it under the goalkeeper. They're not trying that. I think I'm not sure Man City are any better to watch. I think in Turkey and Rangers, Boaky, they have got players who are excited, who get you off your feet, will go past the player and find a pass that you haven't already thought yourself. I prefer watching City, I think, to Arsenal at the moment.
Yeah, I think I prefer watching anyone, to be honest. But to be honest, I think I actually prefer watching leagues other than the Premier League a lot of the time. And you were talking there about Arsenal not being good to watch. Arnie Slot in his press conference earlier this morning, and Arnie Slot isn't a manager I like after the way he's sort of gone on at times. Had a really good season last season, but started this campaign seemed a bit bitter about a lot of things. And one thing he has said that I do really do agree with, should I say, is that the Premier League has become quite boring with the over reliance on set pieces. And on the screen I've got right now, for those listening on DAB radio, it's the percentage of non-penalty set piece goals in the Premier League, and between 2016-17 and 2024-25, the highest has been 23.9%. It's now 27.5% alone for this season. Have you noticed that when you've been watching games? Over reliance on set pieces? Oh no, Newcastle are where they're at the moment.
Well, I don't think it's more free kicks or more corners. I think that difference will purely come from adding in all of the bits that come from a long throw, which has been reintroduced very recently, and therefore is a new type of set piece, if you like. That's why the numbers have got bigger, I think. I don't mind. I love a free kick. I love a corner. If it's a well-worked corner. I don't know if you remember, we had a corner, I can't remember the game, where it was played out and Hall dummied it for Toon Army to run onto it and put a really powerful shot through. I think it got deflected away from a corner and we scored from the next corner. But I don't mind a corner if it's a well-worked, you know.
I think
these
that's
set piece coaches that don't seem to impact what Newcastle are doing at their set pieces, though.
No, I mean that's the thing.
Somebody's coached Kieran Trippier to pick out the first defender marking the front post with every one of his corners on bloody Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the awkward thing is we watch Newcastle United and we watch all the crosses and all the set pieces and we go, yeah, there's no way we're one of the better teams in the league for it, but the stats always say that we are. You know, we're up there. I think we're second for goals from corners, from crosses, from free kicks. We're pretty high up there as well. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but we're one of the top three definitely for set piece goals in total. Arsenal, and in fact penalties was the only thing that got Chelsea above us. So for me, I'm looking at us and I'm going, yeah, we have a bit of an over-reliance on set pieces, probably because of all the height that we have in there, which I hate, if I'm completely honest, overly relying on set pieces. I love it when a good set piece comes together and you can see they've worked on something in the training ground. But when it's, you know, the long ball to Dan Burn at the back post, then he heads it across goal and someone bundles it in, it just feels a bit... right. Have we got Sam Allardyce in, or we're going to go? What's
by
next?
Numbers, isn't it? It's Wimbledon football where you play the percentages, and if you've got
Wimbledon.
a 6'7" and a 6'6" and two 6'4" guys on the back post, the percentages are that you're going to win a higher proportion than most teams if you put a high ball into the back post. We should score a lot more goals from set pieces. What's Dan Burn got 2 or something this year? Ridiculous.
Something like that.
Chow's got 4 or 5.
He's been really good from them.
Botman scored a great goal against Karabakh, but I think that might have been his first goal of the season. So, yeah, I don't think I think we've scored more because we just try that non-stop. I mean, that's the ridiculous thing, isn't it? I mean, we must be leading in terms of number of crosses that we put in. But
yeah, we do.
Nobody in the middle to head across, unless Wiss is there. I think that happened again on Sunday. I didn't see the full game, but I think Woltemade went up to play centre forward after half an hour and was on for maybe half an hour up there. It was only after he came off and Barnes came on that crosses started going into the box, because it's Wisser that's trying to get his head on it by then, which, well, it's going to be a good cross for Whistle to get his head to it, and they're not. They're fairly aimless. That's why I am disappointed. I thought we turned a corner with those results, but then when you suddenly get, and we did play really well at City, but I was expecting a lot more against Everton, and I fear for us against Manchester United, because as soon as you've got a decent team in front of you, we just don't.
We tend to struggle.
Blue.
Yeah, and I think the worrying thing is, and I know I've said for a good few weeks, I thought Aston Villa a good few months, should I say, I thought Aston Villa would drop eventually. And even the win against them, it was, to be honest, it was a pretty poor performance from both sides. Newcastle were the better side before the red card, got unlucky in the first half. But you're looking at the form, we've beat out of form Tottenham and out of form Aston Villa, and that is a bit of a worry for Newcastle, definitely. Gavin's saying there in the chat, we're 19th in the form table, and yeah, you're exactly right. What's it, 6 losses from 7? Only team we've beat is Spurs, who could definitely end up relegated, and we mentioned that on the last episode, how likely it was Spurs get relegated. I agree with you. I thought we turned a little bit of a corner. I thought some people were overestimating us a little bit still, but I did think we'll still push, and we should still be better than Everton, Brentford, Fulham, something like that. We're never going to be anywhere near the likes of Man United, Chelsea if they continued their way, but it was it looked good. Unfortunately, it doesn't anymore. Just off that one result.
The spanner in the works. Spanner in the works for us to be completely sure that we peaked at the Carabao Cup and we've been regressing ever since, despite spending 250 billion. That's an argument that I'm increasingly starting to side with. The spanner in the works is that suddenly they'll turn in a performance like away at PSG, and it would be just like Newcastle to go and beat Man United and beat Man City, and then struggle in the away game. Or it might even be Sunderland, might be the next home game that we've got. Then lose at home to Sunderland. Drop points. We've got West Ham as well, haven't we, still to play? So yeah, I don't know. These, I'd love us to win the cup. I'd love us to win both of them, but I think they're just sticking plasters over what's been a dreadfully inept season, which we probably couldn't have expected much more for when you see how late our signings came into the squad, and then how many games we played. Not that the new signings haven't had a full week's training since August, which is bonkers. But then, that should all have been spotted, and the deals should have been done in the first part of the summer, so they all had a pre-season.
Yeah, but I think the thing is with that, it's the same problems every team looking to, in Europe at the minute is facing. I think it's only in the Conference League where you're not playing those 8 games in the league stage. So I think it is an excuse, and it is something that Newcastle have against them. And obviously, we progressed further in the cup competitions than others. That's our choice, by the way, to do that. We've went to win those games. But just back to the over reliance on set pieces. We're talking just there, Newcastle from open play. We don't really create all that much. And just a quote here from Arnie Slot, saying when you look at set pieces in the Premier League, you have to accept it, said Slot. I think it's mainly here in the Premier League, but when I watch other leagues, I don't think there's so much emphasis. If I watch an Eredivisie game, which I still do from time to time, I see goals being disallowed and fouls on goalkeepers, and I think, wow, that's a big difference. You wouldn't. Here, you can almost hit a goalkeeper in the face, and the referee still says, just go on. Now, I don't agree with that at all, really, actually. Because I think, to be honest, I think they're actually a bit soft towards goalkeepers. You can touch a goalkeeper on the shoulder, just pat him on the shoulder, say hello. If he goes down, he gets the decision. So for me, I'm listening to that quote and I'm thinking, is he just trying to take the emphasis off the fact of he's complaining about set pieces? but Liverpool have been the team that scored the most from set pieces in 2026. And what do you think with VAR? Has it made defending corners particularly so much harder because you can't have a hand on the defender? I mean, we've seen decisions given for us that are baffling. But what do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm not really sure if there's any criteria that means VAR get involved, because I remember Dan Burn got body slammed, didn't he? When actually lifted off the ground and thrown to the ground, and we got a penalty for that. But every corner, there's people pulling and holding. 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Even if they both end up falling over, I don't think VAR gets involved. Otherwise, they'd never take a corner, would they? The referee would constantly be told to go and have a word with these two and have a word with these two. I don't know. I don't think that increasing VAR's role at corners is going to help sort it out, unless penalties are given straight away and players are sent off for doing it twice or something. Penalties and yellow cards immediately. That's the only way that you get it to stop. But then you have a couple of weeks where teams are down to 8 men before they're finished.
Yeah, I want it to go the other way. I want it to be a lot of occasions in the box. If you're holding someone, for me, holding from a corner is pretty normal. I'm not saying you can grab someone by the throat and strangle them like it's in The Simpsons, but a little bit of a pull on a shirt from a corner, that's natural. You get it so often. Let's not pretend like it's, you still can't do it and teams can't do it. From a corner, I think there has to be those extenuating circumstances, because if you can't put your hands on a player, you can't defend a corner. Let's be honest. You're just going to have someone come into your shoulder barge a little bit. It won't work.
Arsenal's Gabriel has learned how to use it to his advantage, to have Tottenham's goal, 3-1, disallowed when Kolo Muani's hand was on his back and he went down like a sack
pathetic.
Spurt, and that goal was disallowed. He tried to do the same thing for Anthony Gordon's goal that 2 seasons ago when we scored. We won 1-0. It was Joe Linton behind him and he went down, and they argued long and hard about whether that was a foul. VAR found it wasn't, because there wasn't really any push. It was just coming together, I think. But Gabriel uses it. Seen him going down, trying to win the free kick from that as soon as he feels the hand on his back. And Tottenham were the victims, because they had that goal which could have put them back in with a shout of a draw in a match they ended up losing 4-1. I think it was 3-1, and it was straight after Arsenal had scored their third. So it took the wind out of the sails a little bit. We're never going to come back and score 3 goals to win it. I don't know. I think you've just got to watch what it's doing. But I mean, call them corners, free kicks, long throws. It's a shortcut to a chance, and it's how Wimbledon and Stoke used to play the ball, direct football. And if what we want to see are goals, then more power to them for it, because it's there's science behind the fact that that's the way to score quickly, instead of having too many touches building up.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think one of the things behind it is, next season. But you know what? I'll talk about next season. Next season, we're going to be looking at potentially a time limit on throw-ins, corners, etc. The limit in the amount of time wasting that can be done from them. And to be honest, I'm happy about that, because I think you see it so often. Teams taking a minute to take a corner or a throw-in, and it's absolutely insanity to me. Do you think if they do add these time limits to set pieces, we'll see less of a reliance on them from certain teams? Because you see Brentford sometimes, I mean, they're great from long throws, but they take them a minute to set up. What do you think?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, Declan Rice can take a minute or two just to take his corner, can't he? Because they've all got to get lined up and then in the right place with all of the pushing and pulling and everything. It just takes them ages to do that. In the same way that we used to be annoyed when the goalies used to hang on to the ball for too long. they've now got a time limit which gives a corner away if they don't release it quickly enough.
When the referee fancies it, at least.
Well, if Declan Rice is going to get told after 10 seconds that he's got to give the ball for a goal kick instead of taking a corner, he will take the corner quickly. And maybe it will help. Maybe defences and attacks can't get quite as set as they do when they've all got a minute and a half to get ready for it, and we'll see a little bit more sort of open play, if you like, from a set piece. I don't know. We'll have to see how it works. But at the minute, it is awful when you're waiting for the ball to get started again. I think they've got the discretion on a throw in if it's taking too long that they can just turn it over and give the throw to the other side. They don't do that very much.
No, absolutely.
Of course, it's all S-housery. It's all about wasting time. We used to be past masters at it. We seem to be the victims of it all of the time now. Where did that all go?
Yeah, back in the day, Newcastle United with the team everyone was complaining about in these kind of situations, wasn't it? It was, Newcastle take too long on their set pieces. Newcastle are too rough in the box and stuff like that. Now it's Arsenal. And it seems to be that little bit of S-housery, as we call it, that could potentially lead them to a Premier League title. The first in a very, very long time, but they're doing their best at times to let it go. 22 years, is that the last one was the Invincibles, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, they didn't win
22
after.
years.
Yeah.
If you think that that's a long time, then what I'll say is it's 12 years earlier than when Leicester last won it. Makes it sound even further away, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is mental, particularly when you look at where Leicester are now in the Championship. But I just want to mention Manchester City there, obviously. 1-0 win against Leeds, which, to be honest, defensively, it was a very good performance by Manchester City. I know they had a few chances. Dominic Calvert-Lewin definitely should have scored, but it's, for me, Manchester City keeping a clean sheet on the road at Ellen Road, Erling Haaland not playing, still grinding out that 1-0 win. The signings of Mark Gay and Antoine Semenyo, are they the polar opposites of the signings last season, where they are the ones that could lead to them winning the Premier League this year? Because Gay and Semenyo have been fantastic since coming in, haven't they?
What an addition in January, and we keep getting told, it's there's no value to be had in January. We're just going to keep our powder dry. We'll just use the squad that we've got, and we'll do it all in the summer. And Gehi and Semenyo will be the difference, I think, from a fragile-looking Manchester City defence to one that can keep a clean sheet at Leeds. And I know they rode the luck a little bit in the first half in that game, but ultimately they've come away with a 1-0 win, 3 more points. Scary result for Arsenal, although I think Arsenal hammered Leeds, didn't they, just a few weeks ago, 4-0?
They did. They look really good against a lot of lesser teams, but it seems to suit them. The only thing I would say with that is obviously combined total of Semenyo and Mark Gay. Gay's on a 300 grand a week. If you believe what the rumours are saying, and then Semenyo, when you include bonuses, it adds up to 187 grand a week. Maybe Semenyo would have got that elsewhere, but Gay wasn't getting 300 grand elsewhere. And do you think those wages are a big reason of why Manchester City were able to do the business early on?
It's like a magic bullet, though, isn't it? And this is why the punishment for the 115 alleged rule breaches is so important, because it's the repeated breaches of those rules through the teens that has helped Manchester City acquire so much cash, so that they can comply with everything now. But if they broke lots and lots of rules to get to the position where they can be so dominant, that's where the punishment is so important. But now, if you could afford it and you want Gahey, Gahey was coming to us, wasn't he, for so long, and then he didn't. So he was obviously actually wanting to go to Liverpool. Liverpool pulled out from it, Liverpool would have been odds on, I would have thought, to sign him on a free transfer. But
Yeah, absolutely.
City have just stepped in, paid a peppercorn, and Gahey suddenly wants to play for Man City, probably because he's getting an extra 100,000 a week, which
Yeah, absolutely.
which is 5 million extra a year. That is 15 million pounds a year, and if you got a 5-year contract, say yes. If you well, that's 75 mil coming in over the next 5 years. There'll be some tax to come off, of course, but
Of course, yeah.
I
Pay a
think
lot of
we would
tax.
struggle on.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
I would never think he'd put me on Mark Gahey's contract for the 3 weeks in July when they're not training. Great.
Yeah, it would set you up for a very, very
that.
long time, wouldn't it? Yeah. Just looking at it, City's.
I could do some I was going to say I can do hospital visits, and and go and open a supermarket or two if I'm on 300,000 a week for 3 weeks. Don't mind. I'll even wear a Man City top for that.
Yeah, probably would actually. I was about to say how could you, but yeah, you probably would, wouldn't you? Think anyone would. I think when the one thing I'll say is you look at obviously we've got the new squad cost cap instead of PSR next season, 70% for the European competitions. I think it's 85 for the Premier League. Manchester City's wage bill with Mark Gay and Semenyo added in is 4.5 million a week, which you're better at the maths, so you could probably tell me, but I think that's just under with
200. It's under 200. What is it? 4.5 million a week.
Yeah.
So if it's 50 weeks, let's say 50 weeks would be 222.50, something like that. Is that
it'd be about
Anyway,
about 230 odd
million.
Yeah.
Right. So and the squad cost cap is 70% of total income, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So they're allowed to spend 500,000 on wages.
That's which is frightening.
Yeah,
you consider what more they can add, and even then you look at the players that are rumoured to leave. Omar Marmoush is on 295,000. He's rumoured to be departing. You're looking at the likes of Kovacic, 150 on there as well. Calvin Phillips, 105,000. Jack Grealish, strangely only on 75,000. Savio linked away with another 80,000. The players that they brought in last season actually are on quite little amounts because they're younger players, like Kusanov, 50,000. I'm saying little amounts, nowhere near, but for a football player at Manchester City, he'll get where I'm coming from. Nico Gonzalez, 75,000. And realistically, you'd look at any other club and think, oh, they could be punished. But you look at Manchester City and you think they could probably end up adding another 10 million, well, let's say 52 million a season on there, and then somehow managed to worm their way around it. It's certainly impressive, but I can't see them slowing down anytime soon.
If they need to renegotiate a contract from these young lads who've come in on bloody good money for a 21-year-old Uzbekistani, let's be honest.
It is, yeah.
That will be more money than his village has seen. But if you want to keep him, then there's loads of scope to say, well, just stay here and we'll pay you 3 times what you're getting if you want to keep him. And if you don't want to keep him, then he's affordable for people to go. I'm amazed. Did you say Jack Grealish was only on 75,000?
Yeah.
If so, why were we priced out of going for him when he was on loan at 75,000? I bet Alanga's on 6 figures.
I wonder if that's how much he's on this season, and Everton are paying half, so it would be 150,000. But with Everton paying half of that salary, it would only be down as 75,000, if that makes sense. Because it's got here on the contract site where they all verify the salaries and stuff, that it is confirmed as 75,000, but there is an asterisk next to it. So I imagine that will be Everton paying that as well. But 75,000 to have Jack Grealish would have felt like a no-brainer. And I know Barnes and Gordon both, at the start of last season, you were thinking, oh, as a pair of left wingers, we've got some of the best in the league. 6-7 months later, probably not as happy about it. But two very, very good players.
Grealish was a fab number 10 at Villa, wasn't he, when they came up from the Championship with us? Can't remember if they came up with us. We played him in the Championship when we were both going for promotion anyway, and Grealish was there number 10. And he
got us the promotion by scoring against... got us the title, by scoring against Brighton on the final day.
Yeah.
Great player.
Yeah, I think we should have gone after him. Certainly when you've seen... I mean, he's injured now, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's picked up an injury.
On bloody Saturday.
Yeah, he would have been good, wouldn't he? But yeah, that's sort of the look of the Manchester City squad at the minute, and even with the new squad cost caps, they have it. They can still spend even more, which, to be honest, isn't that much of a surprise. But I want to move on to a team that, well, actually, I'll go through some of the comments.
Sorry, Michael. Just before you do that, because it might be a good comparison. Do you know the numbers for Newcastle and how that fits into 70% of our projected income, which is what, around about maybe 450 if we can get some new sponsorships?
Yes, I don't have the actual commercials numbers in front of me right now, and there's a lot fewer confirmed Newcastle United wages in comparison to others, but the highest is Bruno Guimaraes at 160. Then you got Anthony Gordon, Joe Linton and Tonali on 150 apiece. Obviously this is per week. Johan Wissa and Sven Botman, these two are rumoured to be on around 140. Nick Woltemade 132. Aaron Ramsdale 120 because we're paying the entirety of his wage from Southampton. Then Jacob Ramsey and Kieran Trippier on 120. Anthony Elanga on 100, and the rest are all under. The standout there that people won't have seen Malik Chow on 75,000, Lewis Hall on 45, and Tino Livramento on 50. However, Newcastle, we can bolster at least two of those up a little bit and keep the two young'uns at the squad in the team.
What's
surely.
Lewis Smiley?
Lewis Miley.
Is Smiley still on 7?
No, it's apparently it's gone up to 30 from the looks of things, which is still lower than what he's worth. But even Jacob Murphy only on 35. So squad players at that valuation.
He's stealing that living, Michael. This season, he's stealing that living.
This season, yes.
My God.
However, I would pay this season's wage again and again and again to have the performances that we had last year. So I would have tripled.
Yeah, no, I get that.
If we're paying him 150 mil, not 150 mil, 150 grand, should I say, a week last season, and you got those kind of results from him, you wouldn't have been too bothered. So I'm happy with. I'm not too bothered with that. But I think for Newcastle to progress, wages like Jacob Murphy's probably need to stay. And I think Murphy is a player that realistically we should aim to look to get rid of. But if you're telling me Newcastle United need to keep their squad cost quota up, let's say Johan Wissa at the end of the season, he's on estimated 140,000. We get 30 million for him, or 30 million for William Asula, who is sat on 25,000. Let's be honest. Asula somehow gave us more than Wissa has this season, and to be honest, neither have gave a lot. I'd like to get rid of both of them, but there is more of an argument from that wage structure to say to Wissa, look, it's been nice, but it hasn't worked out. Do you think that's what the new rules will dictate?
I don't know. I mean, there's a financial argument for it, but then you're going to have Howe hold his hands up and say, look, I've wasted the money last year. Wissa hasn't worked. Alanga hasn't worked. We can get my money back for Woltemade because Bayern Munich can afford him this year. And it won't do that. So it's true. Somebody's just gone through on the chat there saying, I hope Gehi and Semenyo are happy in the Championship next season.
That
when
was
get their 60-point deduction.
You've just caught me going through some of the chat and storing them just to talk to you about right now. Irish Toon Assassin in there with two that I pointed out straight away. I hope Semenyo and Gay are happy next season in the championship. I will say, and I don't like mentioning them too much on a show that families can watch. But if you look at the odds, Man City are still there. 20 to between. Well, I think they're a little bit higher now, but they're always there between I think it's usually 16-1 or something like that to get relegated. So I mean, those markets are obviously based off the punter. So people are putting in those markets and thinking it's going to happen. But it does feel like it's close. Close. I think it feels closer than it's been before, and it would be hilarious if they were dropped into the championship. But we mentioned on the last Premier League show, they're looking at between 40 and 60 points. We also looked at it.
You know what I think?
Sorry, go on.
Well, I would just say, I mean, I don't know what points are. I mean, it's going to be vastly reduced if it's just 1 point deduction. I think you need to have individual points deductions for each of the seasons that they've committed these breaches and apply them season after season so that they're held back. Maybe they miss out on Champions League for 3 or 4 years because they've got 25-point deduction every year. I mean, I think City might still finish in the top 4 with a 25-point deduction. But I just don't think it's right. If they get relegated down to the Championship and bounce straight back, it's finished all over. Those professionals are there. They'll probably all get loaned out to Real Madrid and Barcelona for a year if they're going to kick up a stink, and then come back when City are back in the Premiership. I don't know. I just think it's got to be some sort of far-reaching, damaging penalty for it to mean anything. Otherwise, it's box ticking. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And just one that's just popped in there. What do you make of this one? I think if they are relegated, they should lose all of their titles. What do you think of that? Because I think genuinely.
Well, I mean, that's so what? I would say, they're going to go around all of those squads and get the medals back. Or is anybody going to say, well, actually, Arsenal have won the title 3 years in a row? Really? It's going to be a real false celebration for the Arsenal fans that suddenly find that they won 3 league titles in the last 5 years because they finished second to them. I just think that's just something in the record books. It doesn't hurt because they've played the season, they've been awarded the cup, they've done the open top bus parade and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't do that because they did win the title. I just think it should be something that affects their ability going forward, not retrospective, because who cares?
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree, and it's one of those where, I don't think. I mean, there's the 2014. We can't forget about the 2014 Carabao Cup. I think it was Carabao Cup, where it was the biggest competition in the world because Sunderland were in the final. They were saying against Manchester City. So if they strip them, I think that means they've got to give a pity trophy to Sunderland, which I wouldn't like at all. But if we keep it just to the Premier League, I wouldn't mind it. And then Staley in there as well. I think they should also be banned from buying players for 5 years. Irish Toon Assassin agreeing for 5 year relegated plus a 5-year transfer ban. Just for laughs, saying didn't they do the same in Italy? So we did mention that on the last show that we did as well. It was similar to the Juventus situation, wasn't it? Where they changed the back room. They had to change their back room.
Yeah, but that was largely not just financial irregularities. That was bribing referees and everything, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot more in there.
To get sued by Juventus.
We'd like to bear you in mind that the views of Iain Mackay have nothing to do with NUFC Talk TV. Now we've got that disclaimer out of the way. No,
yes,
you are right.
I'll have to say that.
No, you are right. Juventus had a lot.
So they really do want they really do want the book thrown at them. They're just getting rid of the people who organise that and have a new board in, put them down a division, grow organically because you can't buy anybody for 2 years. Fair enough. That didn't hold them back for too long, did it? Because they bounced back and I think they've had a run of Italian titles up until very recently, have they not?
They were doing pretty well in the 2010s, and then it coincided more enough with Ronaldo coming in. I don't think it wasn't because of Ronaldo, but they did start. Basically, they overspent on the wages of one player, bringing one player to the club. The rest of the team wasn't up to the same quality. Unfortunately, they just found themselves gradually dropping down the table, and unfortunately for them, they brought in world class player, just didn't have the players around them, and they've really struggled for it since. As you can tell by the fact that I nearly said Martin Kelly, Lloyd Kelly is playing for them, and rumour has it, I'm going to start it here, Martin Kelly's going to join them in the summer as well. But yeah, cheating's cheating, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's Juve back then, Man City now, you know, something has to be done. Whether it's Newcastle in 10 years, people, they'll look at it and go, oh, Newcastle have done something wrong. Now, if we've done something wrong, we should be punished for it just as much as anyone else. But the appeal has took it for so long. Irish Toon Assassin in there. Well, I'll go for Battle Axes first, actually, because it's on the top, and it's about get rid of Wissa and bring in Ivan Toney. Now, I don't know what Ivan Toney's wages are, but I imagine they're higher than Wissa's. But I wouldn't mind bringing him back, and then. Can Manchester City win the league and then get relegated? So if it was the 60-point mark, West Ham probably going to end up with about 33 to 36 points, I would say. So if they get docked those 60 points, it could well happen. Would that be something that you could see happening at the end of the season? Man City win the league and then they get the docked points for the league just gone? Or do you think they would just say, by the way, we're going to dock your points for next season?
I think Rangers was the financial irregularity one where they got put down to the bottom of Division 2.
Yeah, that's correct.
So why don't we just relegate them? Why don't we just relegate them and then give them a historic, or give them a load of... give them a load of points deductions to deal with in their work at... to try and get back out of it. Put them in Division 1.
Yeah, it's definitely...
and start them with a 25-point deduction.
Yeah, and then they'll have to take youngsters off the likes of Newcastle United. I remember Rangers coming in for the likes of Haris Vukic, and I think it might have been Shane Ferguson as well. There was definitely a couple of youngsters from Newcastle who ended up at Rangers when that happened. And I just want to finish off today's episode. Obviously, we have the early night news show going on at 8 o'clock, nearly forgot what time, and then the late night news show at 9:30 as well. So just want to finish on Aston Villa. So obviously the Friday night, people have probably forgotten about it after things that happened over the weekend. Unai Emery flying high not all that long ago, a 2-0 loss away to Wolves. Now we were absolutely disgusted when Newcastle couldn't beat Wolves. And let's be honest, Wolves had little to no chance of scoring against us on that day. But Villa have now, it's 2 wins in the last 6. They're only 6 points ahead of Chelsea while they were fighting with Arsenal not that long ago. Could you see Unai Emery's side dropping out of the Champions League places altogether, just off what you've seen in the last few games?
Could, but I think if their injuries ease at all, that will help. But I go back to Unai Emery a month and a half ago saying that they weren't in contention for Champions League. There were teams with better prospects than they had to finish in the top 5. So he called it. He knew.
Do you think that was mind games though,
like
more than anything?
Fall from grace. I don't know, because he's probably looked at the stats. I think Villa's results were skewed, weren't they? Because their XG was so much less than the number of goals they'd actually scored. So it's unsustainable for them to do that well in scoring goals based on how they're playing. And then their expected goals against was exactly the same, in that they'd conceded far fewer than what their performances had justified. So this is just that over the course of a whole season, those two figures you'd expect would end up that your expected goals would be the same as the number of goals you scored when you've played 38 games. So I think that's how that is unraveling. They're just coming closer together, and maybe Emery knew, maybe Emery believed the stats that they were going to concede more goals than they had been, and they weren't going to score as many goals as they had been, and he sprinkled in a whole load of injuries as well. I mean, they sold a forward without replacing him, didn't they? Which seemed really strange as well, because they've got financial pressures more than ours. So yeah, I can definitely see if Chelsea or Liverpool put together the sort of run that Man United are on at the moment, it won't take very long for Villa to be out of the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I
they've
think
brought
they're
in.
They're already caught, aren't they? Dropped to 4th now. Man United.
Yeah, dropped to 4th. Man United above them. Yeah, Liverpool 3 points behind. Chelsea 6. But what I will say is, they've brought. What I've noticed with Aston Villa is they really start struggling inside the squad when there is a second striker along to battle Ollie Watkins. You always want 2 strikers at a decent quality to share the game time. But last season, when they were in the Champions League, you were seeing Ollie Watkins have a little bit of a huff, a little bit of a strop when Marcus Rashford came in and he was playing in front of him. Now Tammy Abraham's there as well. Saw quotes from Aston Villa fans after their game saying that Watkins' attitude was disgusting. He should never play for them again. Stuff like that. And I think it's social media. Emotion takes priority in those situations, and everyone says things that they don't mean. But I've seen it for a very long time that Villa fans want another striker to replace Ollie Watkins in that scenario, and I think it is something that is going to happen next season just because of that. If they are to drop out of the European spots, obviously the commercial revenue. Well, does they drop out the European spots, drop out the Champions League spots? There is Newcastle and Aston Villa have been the 2 biggest growers in regards to commercial revenue through merchandise, etc. because of our spells in Europe. If Aston Villa, from the position they were in, somehow only managed to make Europa League once again, do you think that's a bit of a failure on their behalf?
Well, it depends if they go ahead and win the Europa League as well. That's their backup, isn't it? They look quite good for the Europa League.
Yeah, absolutely, and I completely agree. It's not a tough Europa League either, in my opinion. I think they've got a bit unlucky on their side of the draw.
Emery's won that. Emery's won that 5 or 6 times with Sevilla and that.
Yeah, he loves it.
I'm surprised if Villa are focused on making sure that they win the UEFA, the Europa League, qualify for the Champions League next year, finish 7th or 8th in the league. What's not to like? That's fine.
Yeah, completely agree. And Alex going in there saying, "Well, we ain't getting Champions League."
Watkins.
Yeah, exactly. Alex going in there saying, "We ain't getting Champions League, being in 14th place. Don't worry, my friend. I've got no disillusions of that." Thankfully, talking Aston Villa. But you look at sort of their sort of recent results, and the FA Cup, I think they needed to drop out of. I think, although they didn't play like it at times, they still played decent football, particularly with 10 men. But I think when you look at the run of the last 3 games they've had, they got knocked out the FA Cup at home by Newcastle against Newcastle. But around that in the Premier League, lost away to Wolves, drew at home to Leeds, and if you remember, they scored I think it was a 90th minute winner, an equaliser, in that game. Yeah, an 86th minute winner, an own goal against Brighton. Lost to Brentford, drew against Bournemouth. They beat us in the league, but that seems to be everyone seems to do that at the minute. They lost to Everton, drew with Crystal Palace. That's just in 2026. For a squad that everyone says Unai Emery is an elite manager, he's up, and I to a degree agree. Is he just showing that even with a better squad, because Villa do have one, in my opinion, have a better squad than Newcastle, and a man who many people think is a better manager than Eddie Howe. Is that just something that shows even the elite are getting it wrong in this? Don't be wrong, they're still fourth, but that run of fixtures tells you they're not going to be there very long.
Well, other than Arsenal, everyone's had a dodgy run, haven't they? City went on a dodgy run. Liverpool were on a dodgy run. Chelsea drawn at home with Burnley, drawn the other home game with Leeds, I think it was, and then they've lost at Arsenal. So they're not on a fantastic run themselves. I think it's a competitive Premier League, isn't it? That middle ground that we were just ahead of last year, and we seem to be just behind this year, is a stronger middle ground, um, and that's why teams could drop points everywhere. Wolves beating Villa was a surprise. Then
Oh,
was
absolutely.
it? Because Wolves have picked up with this new manager in. They were aiming to get above that lowest ever points total, which they've now done. And if they were worried about that, they've still got 10 more points to actually pick up, not even be mentioned in 10 more games to not even be mentioned in the lowest points total.
Yeah.
So, maybe Wolves are one of these teams that will relax into the season when they know that they're doomed and start picking points up, which happens quite regularly. I remember Sheffield United doing that. I remember Leicester doing that. And picking up some notable scalp. West Brom did it, picked up some really good scalps when they were already relegated. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I can never say his name. Unai Emery has won the Europa League a lot.
He has.
He's experienced at running Arsenal. I think they didn't give him long enough before he went, and
Agreed.
he's already had Villa in the Champions League, and Europa League now. He could win it again. His star is still rising with Villa, even though they're having a dodgy run in the league at the moment. They're fourth, like you said, Michael. So if they can pick up, if they can recover their form, they could easily beat last year's sixth, couldn't they? So yeah, it's not as categoric a step back as Newcastle's season this season, which I'm now terrified is just going to continue. 4 straight losses at home, Eddie has
Yeah.
matched John Carver's record, and if we lose against Manchester United on Wednesday, he'll be setting a new record for the worst home run in the Premier League. Now, if he really is soul searching every week to decide if he's been good enough or not to lead the team, well, ... fill in the gaps.
Yeah, it's an absolute. That's a worrying one, actually. I hadn't really thought of that. The fact that we could go 5 home defeats on the trot against Michael Carrick's Man United, who seem to be doing really well at the moment, and one player in particular that has unfortunately hit the ground. You can't really say hit the ground running, because the ground wasn't really there in the first half of the season, but 2026 he's been fantastic in limited time. Benjamin Šeško, from what you've seen of him in a Manchester United shirt, can you see why Eddie Howe in Newcastle wanted him? Because he's lethal in the air, he's a bit quicker than the options that we have. He's a pretty all-round striker, and I'll be honest, I was worried when we were linked to him that he wasn't going to be able to do the business for us. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe we wouldn't get the service to him. But in the colours of Man United, he looks like a real threat now, doesn't he?
He does. I loved that goal. Was it the goal against Everton to win it when there was a really fast breakaway? Cunha, he kept up with Cunha and was there, free man, to put a really good goal in. He does look good, but I mean, I still remember him putting himself forward to take the 10th penalty against Grimsby in the FA Cup or the League Cup game they got knocked out in.
Yeah.
So, it's early days for him. I think that if you've got a Bruno Fernandes and a Cunha in form behind you, then you should look good at centre forward. He didn't look good
Probably, yeah.
early on. That's why he didn't. That's why he didn't. That's why he didn't play very much. He's been a bit of a super sub. But yeah, I mean, he looks a hell of a lot more effective than any of our centre forwards. And Wissa.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure that's not Wissa. That's Wissa's brother,
Wiser.
isn't it? He's a snooker player. He's the Congolese champion snooker player. He never played football before. Wissa's twin brother. But somehow he's
We've got them
he's
mixed
playing
up.
for Newcastle to make sure that Wissa stays fit for their World Cup qualifying playoff at the end of the month.
Yeah, to be honest.
It's another thing I've just made up. Like this being Man United's
Really?
top for next year. He's not.
Colour me shocked.
He hasn't got a twin. He hasn't got a twin, but he's got fabulous teeth. Definitely has the best teeth in the Newcastle squad.
That's true. That is true. And just something in there, we hadn't mentioned this bit yet, just for the laugh, but the pen and red card against Palace were an absolute disgrace. Yeah, I do agree. I think, to be honest, I can see why it's been given as a penalty. There's no way it is a penalty and a red card for me. I know the double jeopardy rule isn't there anymore, but 99 times out of 100, you see it given as it's probably not even 99 out of 100 you see it given as a pen, but you see it given as a foul, let's say, and there's not even a card there at times. Outside the box, maybe you get a yellow, but yeah, it was a strange one for me. Did you see the incident?
Well, the Palace game, was that the last minute winner?
No, the red card for Maxime Lecroix.
Oh, right, yes. I didn't see that, no. But I did hear that Palace had taken the lead and ended up losing 2-1, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Michael, I haven't had a chance to catch up with all of the games because I was doing a non-football weekend in London, wasn't I? Down in that.
Yeah, you had a lucky time away. And bad news. Well, you could call it bad news for England fans. Potentially good news for Lewis Hall. Luke Shaw went off with an injury. Yes, another injury. And yes, he has actually been playing football this year, which is a surprise. Usually he's doing the old Michael Owen role as the Mr. Motivator for the physios. But Luke Shaw being out, not sure how long that'll be, but that's probably good news for Lewis Hall. Just to finish off, we're talking about Crystal Palace there, Oliver Glasner, in the game against Manchester United. We've only got a few minutes before the early news panel are coming on. But I do want to ask you, Oliver Glasner, he's 100% leaving Crystal Palace at the end of the season. Do you think, just because of the way he's carried on at Crystal Palace over the last couple of months, do you think he gets another Premier League job, or do you think he's going to have to go abroad, just with the sheer lack of professionalism he's showed at times?
I don't know. I think he's performed well at Palace. I mean,
he has.
They won the FA Cup last year, didn't they? They were tough to beat, although not by Newcastle for some reason. I do well remember being 4-up at half time last season against them. I think it depends how many people are changing them, but who's going to come up? Who took over at Middlesbrough from Carrick? Is he going to stick?
I'm not even sure if it was the same person that. It was because it was Rob Edwards that took over from Carrick, and he went to Wolves. Obviously,
and he went to Wolves.
Yeah, Swedish manager Kim Hellberg, I think it is. He's took over, and I think they've been all right. But I think it'll be a case of maybe the same as Regis Labrie at Sunderland, where not an unknown, but gets them up and he's 100% stays to see if he can keep them in the league.
Well, I think he probably has got a chance of a job. I'm just thinking if Leeds have been in great form, but they have lost a couple recently against the bigger teams. So if Leeds' season peters out, but they stay up, then Farker, who nearly got sacked before the start of the season because nobody thought he could keep him up, he might get changed. Glasner would be good at Leeds, I would have thought.
Yeah, he could be great.
Maybe. Forest the same. Pereira's just in as a stopgap, is he not?
You'd
Isn't it not
think so, yeah.
caretaker? Man United got a caretaker manager in. It'd be crazy to get rid of Carrick, I think, but you cannot really choose on the basis of 6 games as a caretaker. You've got to look forward. And what Carrick done is failed at Middlesbrough a couple of times. It's not really a fabulous pedigree. Bit of a Solskjaer type pedigree. So Glasgow's probably got options in the Premier League if he just sticks till the end of the season. But I agree,
Which he will,
hasn't really covered himself with glory. I think he's frustrated, isn't he? That's why he wants to go. He's frustrated at Sell Gay and not being supported the way he wanted to be supported.
Yeah, 100%. And just for those unsure, Gavin Fuller summed it up. Palace fans aren't happy with Glasner. He only stays 2 seasons. It's exactly that. He's left every club he's been to in great shape, it will be said, but left a bit of a sour taste in the mouth. But that is all for your Premier League show. I've been Michael Grameslow. I've been joined by Iain Mackay. Thank you for the members of NUFC Talk TV for joining us. Stay tuned because you are going to be joined by the early news show in just a moment. But in the meantime, we've got a lovely, lovely promo to show you. See you in a bit.
You are listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube, on the AB, and on every online radio directory. NUFC Talk, the voice of the Toon Army. NUFC Early Night News with
and
NUFC Early Night News with Gary the Geordie Yum Yum, Andrew Boaky, Christina Cage, and Derek the Mighty Wyn. Weekdays from 8 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. USA. NUFC Talk.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to NUFC Talk, the Early Night Late Show, with me, Boaky, the Mighty Wyn, and Toon Tina. How are you guys today? Wyn?
Well, as well as can be expected in other circumstances, as I always say, after a bad defeat, which is what it was on Saturday.
And Tina, how are you doing?
Oh, Tina, you're mute.
Well caught. Sorry about that. I'm doing very, very good. Thank you very much for asking, Boaky. I am, except for the fact that I had myself switched off for the start of the show. But yeah, I'm doing really good. Had a good day today. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. As you may have noticed, the referee, peacemaker, and host is not here this evening. We hope you get well soon, mate. But we'll try to keep the show busting in your absence. Before we get started, can I ask you, whack the like button, subscribe if you're new around here, and if you can, please become a member for a small monthly fee. All those things really help us grow as a channel. We'll love your chats and we'll try to read out as many as possible. Wyn's in charge of those tonight. However, the only way we can guarantee your chats to be read is to make it a super chat. Please remember, we're now on DAB radio across the Newcastle area, so please don't put any inappropriate words in your chats because unfortunately they can't be read. So guys, the Monday after the weekend before, what are your thoughts now on the Everton game? Go on, Wyn, I'll start with you, mate.
Okay, so here's where I stand on it all. It was a poor performance. It was, once again, you could argue, poor managerial decisions and tactical decisions by Eddie Howe, which I'm sure you'll come on to. But I just want to put things in a bit of perspective. Last season, and I know you don't like harping back to last season, but just bear with me. Last season, we won the Carabao and we qualified for the Champions League. I would say in that squad last season, we arguably had 5 players in the whole squad who would get into any other Champions League qualifying side. I'm thinking of Hall, Livramento, Toon Army, Bruno, and Isaac. You can argue Gordon, maybe, but probably not on last season's performances. So I would say we had 5 players who would get into most Champions League qualifying sides. You could probably put Dan Burn in there at a stretch. But would Dan Burn really get into an Arsenal backline, a Liverpool backline, a Man City backline? Good as he was, probably not. So we've got 5 players there. We had no European football last season. So we had 5 quality players and no European football. So loads of training time. Eddie to get the message across, whatever it was he was getting across, to do the business. This season, Isaac, one of those 5 players, missing the whole season. Livramento has played 10 games this season. The 10 games that Tino played were 1-6, drew 2, and lost 2, including Man City. Lewis Hall missed 7 games, coinciding with 5 of the games that Tino missed. So we went through the start of the season without the fullbacks and without a recognised striker. Tonali, everybody will accept, has not been the stellar force that he was last season. He's been very good in parts, really good in others, but he's had quite a few games which were way below the standard that he was setting last season. Bruno, we've now been missing for the last 5 games. Bruno's record this season is played 23, won 10, drawn 8, lost 5. Can you see the pattern here? When we are missing our top players, and bear in mind this season, on top of what we had last season, we've had a whole Champions League season. We've had the same Carabao Cup season, effectively, bar one match which is yet to come. So there's been nothing at all different from this season to last season, other than we're playing 2 games a week instead of 1 game a week. We haven't got Isaac, arguably at the time the best striker in the Premier League, and we've got a couple of players off form and 3 stellar players injured. I wonder why we're not doing as well as we did last season.
Just a quick super chat there.
Obviously, it's Eddie Howe.
Yep, just a quick super chat there from the Chris the American Mag. Send us an email, man, not person.
Next. Send us an email, next person. Right, okay.
Right, Christina, your thoughts
the voice
now.
from the boss, I'll shut up. Boaky, what have you got to say to that?
No, Christina, your chance. Go on, what did you think?
I'll keep this short. They're disappointed. Anyway, moving. No, I'm joking. No, it was I mean, Wynn's kind of said it all. In regards to like putting some context on it, but I think Tonali, again, was probably our most energetic person on the pitch. I think if everybody had the level of energy that he's brought this season, we'd be in a much better position in the league. As I mentioned on our little Sunday show, the goals were all just a comedy of errors. I think the only positive spin you can put on any of it is the fact that we took some shots from outside the box, and had it not been for an extraordinary save, we could have came away with a point from that.
Okay,
point,
then, guys.
Really, is a point enough?
But
it would have been better than no points.
Yeah, it would have been. You're right.
Before we move on to my question, with all this happy clapping, so do you think this result?
I am not happy clapping.
Do you think this result was good enough, Christina?
No, I'm never going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, no, I love losing. No, it definitely wasn't good enough. I mean, there was a lot of questions to be asked once again in the league for us in that game. And another bunch of individual errors which aren't acceptable on the amount of times that we go for it. So no, in short, that was not good enough.
So Wyn, to you, in regards to that, because we've played a lot of cup games and things like that, is that sort of a counter factor to the result we had? So is that an excuse for the result we had?
I'm not making any excuses. That result was not good enough. That performance was not good enough by Excellent. Both the players and the coach.
Excellent. So let's get into the game itself then. So the team set up at the start. Did you guys agree with what Howe did with the team setup, playing Joe Linton right, wide left? And I know there was a lot of murmurings from the fans, even in the ground, that Joe Linton wasn't happy being there, and he was saying he had to be in central midfield. What did you guys think of the team setup from the start? Wyn?
I was, as you know from me video that I did before in the pre-match on Saturday, I looked at the team selection and I thought that he's going to set up here 4-1-4-1, and which would be Tonali as the one in midfield and Anthony Gordon as the one up front. And I thought he was going to do exactly what he did, which was J7 on the left, Ramsey and Woltemade in the middle, like 8 and 10 if you want, and Elanga on the right. And that, to me, I liked the look of that. I've got to be honest, I said so. I did like the look of that. The problem was that they just didn't perform. And the Everton dogs of war, as we used to call them, just, outfought us in every department. There was no will to win, and I this is why I say I don't think we a lot of people, I always have, but a lot of people don't appreciate just what an influence Bruno is when he's on the pitch. He can take. He's the only player we've got who can take a game single-handed and turn it around. And when he's not there, we ain't got it. And it's not just all these antics to the crowd, although that does help. But it's what he actually does. And it reminded me a bit, even though we played better football at times, it reminded me a bit of the Sunderland match. That they just wanted it. They wanted it more than we wanted it, and that is not.
When can I just quickly pick you up on that point? Is that not a major worry? That
it's a massive worry. Absolutely.
A team like Everton coming here and wanting the game more than Newcastle United at home. We had the crowd behind me. We had, the great fans that go. We had everything behind me to go for that game. The fact that they wanted it more, is that not showing the psyche of the players? That isn't a great thing to see.
I couldn't agree with you more. It is a bad thing to see. Terrible thing to see. And the bottom line for me is always, listen, if you don't want to play for the Toon and give your all, bye-bye. End of.
Tina, what were your thoughts on the team setup? Were you happy with the way it was set up, or did you think there was worries there from the very start?
I mean, I could see what he was going for. I mean, it's not as if Joe Linton's never been a more forward player than central midfielder. He's we signed him as a striker, left side's where he always drifts to. He's got a lot of skill, and he's well, since he's came back, he looked a bit like his old stuff, where he's running at players, taking players on. I think Eddie himself realised that it wasn't working quite quickly. I mean, there was a lot of changing around and tinkering in that game, which we don't see very often with Newcastle United. And I certainly don't think it worked. I think one of the other advantages of if Bruno had been available would have been that we would not have been able to set up in the formation that we did. So we would have played something probably with either Tonali, Bruno and Joe Linton in the centre, or something that we're a little bit more used to. I don't know if this was all just to try to make this Woltemade playing behind Gordon thing work. I mean, if that was what that was for, I think it's done the opposite and made it look like it doesn't work even more than some people were saying before the game.
Yeah,
I think the tinkering that you're on about made us worse yet again, and we've seen this a few times this season now, where the substitutions and the changing, but you can kind of understand why he's doing what he's doing, because Woltemade just was not getting involved in the game at all. So he put him up front and switched Gordon into the middle. That didn't work. Then he put Gordon, it was just all over the place. It was going nowhere. But the main thing is, what?
Can I just quickly ask you guys on that? In regards to the team setup, why is he setting it? I've called for rotation all season, which I completely agree with, but I never ever agree with putting round circles and square pegs. Why is he changing the team around so much? We had a left winger up front, we had a striker playing in midfield. Why is he doing that sort of thing? Yes, rotate the team, but put the best players that their position is in that position.
Because you didn't specify, Boaky. This is all your fault. You've just admitted that. No, I'm joking. Go on, Wyn. Give a more sensible answer.
Well, you're saying no rotate. There was 6 changes.
No, I didn't mention rotation as in players. What I say is, he had players on the pitch that weren't playing in the correct position.
Right. So which players are you? Which players in particular are you referring to?
Especially Gordon up front, Wissa in midfield. Why didn't he have Wissa up front and Gordon on the left wing? Why put a round circle in a square peg when you've got the players on the pitch who can play who are professionals in the positions that you're changing people around in?
Because the last 3 games we've played with Gordon up top and Walty in the middle, it's worked a treat. Why would you change that?
We've won the 2 cup games, which were expected, but we lost against Man City and we've lost against Everton. Yes, it'll work against lesser teams because it's easier to get the results against those. It hasn't worked against big teams.
Well, so there's 2 things there. So Everton are a big team now. What you're saying is it hasn't worked in the Prem, which it hasn't. But this was the first Premier League game we had since the Man City game. And the Man City game, there was nothing wrong with that. We played well against Man City. I'm not complaining about us getting beat there. I would like to have seen we get a result, obviously, but Man City, the run they are on now, are head and shoulders above us, head and shoulders above most teams.
Guys, just to do a quick super chat there from was is that you breathing heavy, Tina? The mic sensitive. I think we maybe all just need to check with mics because I can hear a slight heavy breathing in the background as well.
I've pulled
So
my mic back about, if that helps. I'm always
there
kind
you
of
go.
scared that I pull myself too far back so nobody can hear me. So
Yeah.
I'm still getting used to this. I was talking into a phone a couple of weeks ago.
No, but it's great. Thank you very much for letting me know about the
Yeah,
slight
thank you,
issue there, and we'll try to
was.
rectify it. So what's your thoughts on that, Tina? Did you think it was right, sort of the way we did?
I mean, look, I think what this has proven is that the whatever issue that we're having in the Premier League this season, it's more squad based than tactics based. That tactics is the wrong word. So basically, let me break down what I'm trying to say here. So a lot of the time when it was going badly at the start, a lot of fans were crying out for, why doesn't Eddie try something new? Why don't we try something just, we're being too predictable. We're putting out the same players in the same positions, doing the same things every week in, week out, or three times per week in some cases. And I think a lot of people did think that if he did change things up a little bit and move players around, that it might create a little bit of imbalance in the opposition, and all it's really ended up doing is causing imbalance in us. And I think it's shown that the issues are more like when we were saying earlier, people just not wanting it enough. I think that really showed in the game against Sunderland. There's a shout to say that it showed against Everton. The reason I keep shouting Tonali out is just because he was a player who did look like he was busting a gut throughout that game. And I didn't see a lot of it from other players. Like, I'm used to seeing it a little bit from Gordon, even though there was, like, obviously the Liverpool game wasn't exactly a game that he did any gut busting in. But yeah, it looks more like it's not so much trying to figure out a way to trick the opposition. It's that our squad needs to play better at whatever they're told to do, whether that's plan A, plan B, 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1, whatever it's going to be. The actual players need to start putting the effort in more than anything else.
But do you guys think a little bit of this is as well that we've been so rigid with our system for last season, this season, season probably before as well, that the 4-3-3 has been our identity? Should Eddie have tried this earlier in the season, in Carabao Cup games and, lesser Premier League games? Should he have tried changing the formation and seeing how it works in those sort of games rather than wait until we're in an injury crisis and wait until we've got problems and then doing it at that point?
Well,
sorry, go on.
Hang on. We did try it earlier on in the season. We tried it when Woltemade had his purple patch, let's call it, for the time being anyway, and got his 5 goals in 6 games, 5 shots, 5 goals. And we did, and then the wheels fell off that, and we couldn't win a game. So that's when he tried something different.
Just a quick one from Wazza there. He didn't mind the way that we were speaking. We won't go further into the chat, but yeah, he didn't mind the way you were speaking.
Thank you very much for the super chat, Wazza.
Say what they're saying in the chat.
Yeah, let's have a look at the chat.
Toon saying, I hope Semenyo and Gay are happy next season in the Championship. This is referring, obviously, to Man City's charges. The Premier League, if they screw this up with Man City charges, there are a number of clubs ready to sue the Premier League. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. Have you heard anything to do with that, Boaky? Anybody?
I haven't heard anything to do with that, but I can quite understand it from the likes of a Newcastle point of view, in that if Man City have been allowed to get away with this again, why should Newcastle be penalised for that sort of thing?
Yeah, we could have cut Anderson, who people are now apparently going to be putting £100 million bids in for. We could have kept Yakubu Minty. If not for these rules that other teams seem to be allowed to break, we would have and I know this has been said a lot this season, but we would genuinely have the strongest squad we've had for like a millennium or whatever. Because I mean, those two players, look at what they've become since they moved on from us. So yeah, if Man City aren't going to play by the rules, I don't see why we should.
Yeah.
Can I just, while you're looking for more chat, can I just have a little say on the formation thing of staying too rigid to a 4-3-3? Because the thing is, right, I don't think sticking to a formation is necessarily a terrible thing. I mean, if you look at Barcelona, if you name every good Barcelona side for the past 20 years, I would imagine most of them are going to line up almost exactly the same. It's going to be the 4-3-3. You're going to have your left-sided forward's going to drift in, your right-sided forward's going to drift in, and then you're going to have a poach in between the two of them. You're always going to have a defensive-minded midfielder or a number 6, whether that's Busquets or, if you go further back than that, Mr. Pep Guardiola himself. They kept that formation. If you look at Real Madrid, if you look at their classic sides, although they did rotate a little bit, they very strongly kept to one or two formations. And when they had a squad that fit into a specific formation, that's kind of what they kept to. The players haven't changed that much from where we were last season, and the season before, the 4-3-3 worked all right. So whereas it might not be the be-all and end-all, maybe we should variate away from it, I don't think the fact that we've kept to that formation is necessarily something to concentrate on as why it's not working now.
I think the 4-3-3 served us very, 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 very well, and that's the problem for me.
I think a big point of this is that we signed a different striker this season, and probably a striker that doesn't work in a 4-4-3. Sorry, a 4-3-3. He's not adapt to being up front by himself. So if you sign a player like that, you have to, as a coaching squad and as a football club, be willing to adapt to his style of play. And that hasn't happened. It does happen.
Lies the problem.
But it does happen when certain other players are up front. We do play to their strengths. So
that's not true,
it is, because I think Wissa's exactly the same, and Elanga's exactly the same. We do not play to those lads' strengths. When a certain other player goes up front, who I will call Golden Boy Gordon, we then play to his strengths. We have what Woltemade in midfield, who's attacking him, so he's up there with him and is supporting him. So Gordon's never up front alone by himself.
Except he's not.
But he is.
No, what I'm saying is Woltemade is not up front with Gordon.
I didn't say that, but I said he's a
Zero
hell of a lot.
touches inside the box on Saturday.
But he's a hell of a lot further forward than Gordon is. Sorry, than any other player is when Woltemade plays up front. So you can't deny that it is a different system when Woltemade plays in that midfield and Gordon's up front. So there's more support for Gordon than there is for Woltemade, Wissa or Rasula playing up there.
No, but what I've said it a million times. What Woltemade doesn't do, because he isn't quick enough or mobile enough, is lead the press. And the 4-3-3 that we've had all the success with relies on the press. Intensity is our identity.
In which case, Wyn, why did we sign Woltemade? Because he was never that type of player.
Because he was there and available.
So that's a really, really poor management decision. In which case,
I don't think that's why we signed Nick Woltemade.
If you go through an interview process as a manager, and you've got somebody you just think, oh well, they're there, they can come in straight away. That's great. You don't do that. You interview
so we start
people
the season without a striker.
Well, we would have started with Wissa, wouldn't we?
We did start the season without a striker.
Had he not been injured?
But we didn't know at that point he was going to be.
No, of course we didn't. That's why we're saying him.
If you go into any job and you're interviewed for a job, which I'm guessing isn't sort of a process with a footballer, but it'll be the same sort of thought behind it. If you go into that job and you think, well, it's not the right person, it's not who we really want, it's not the type of thing that we really need in this team, not a football team, but just a team of people. But you think, but they're there. That's a really bad way to make a decision to sign a player.
But you're missing the key bit out of that equation, which is, but we need a striker.
I mean, I think we're going down a dangerous hole by suggesting that we signed Nick Woltemade just because he was there. Nick Woltemade was signed because I mean, you can go back and you can watch videos of him playing, whether that's highlights or watch him in full games. Watch him for the under 21 tournament that he did for Germany. Watch him in some of these games. He kind of stood out, not just because of his look, but because he can do things on the ball that you certainly don't expect from a player of his stature. He's got fabulous technique. He's got good awareness around him. I mean, I know that we've seen a few bad passes from him in a couple of the last games, but he's got really good vision and he's got a delicate touch on him. He was definitely not signed just because he was there. I mean, I think the idea was because we were going to have two attacking wingers, that you could have a Woltemade who would drop off a little bit and then maybe play like a little flick over to Gordon or a Langer, which, the idea wouldn't have been for a Langer to have taken so long to find form. The idea was that we were bringing in an Olympic speed sprinter to come in from the right. We had Gordon coming in from the left, or Barnes coming in from the left, who can, one of the most accurate finishers in the Premier League. So I don't think Woltemade was bought and just trying to put like a square peg in a round hole. I think he was bought with the idea that, okay, we're going to play a little bit differently, but we've got a player here who can really do something and really become something. I think people need to remember that he's a young lad. He's in a new country for the first time in his career. He came into a Premier League, which is famously a very tough league for strikers to hit the ground running in, or any player to hit the ground running in for that matter. And he's taken a little bit of time to adapt, and we have ended up on the back foot in a lot of games. And then the style of play that I think we brought Nick Woltemade into play with us has then not been what we're doing, because we're chasing a game, we're having to press, we're lacking a bit of intensity. And then when there's been individual errors happening around the pitch, that's making things even worse. Now we can't really afford to have that luxury player, that flowing football. We're now needing to kind of grit our teeth and get a little bit dirty with things. And I think that's why he's looked as if we've bought a player who we don't know what to do with. We've just not had the circumstances to use what he was brought in for.
Wyn, I completely agree with Christina, but we've had a couple of super chats there. Wyn, do you want to go through them? I'll put them on the screen.
Yeah. Barnes played against Karabag, then benched against Everton. He has J7 on the left. Bad management. So Darkside of the Moon is placing the blame firmly at Eddie's door.
Good album, by the way.
I would argue, as I said, before a ball was kicked on Saturday, that line-up to me looked excellent, and I've always said I prefer Barnes coming off the bench than starting. He's always been a lot more effective coming off the bench for me than what he has been starting. So that was that one, and then the next one was...
Put it on the screen there, mate.
Was Nick ever successful as a single striker? No, he wasn't. Because Stuttgart played more or less 4-2, 4-4-2, whichever way you want to look at 4-4-2.
I want to come on to Nick a little bit later on in the show if we've got time, but in regards to the game again on Monday, on Saturday, in regards to rotation, do you think a little bit of the problem was that we had a big chance against Karabag, and I raised this on Thursday night and lost me head a little bit, and when you guys were saying that,
well caught, Boaky.
But do you think we should have now, rotated more than we did against Karabag?
I'm saying we changed 6 players.
Well, we did, but how many players could we have rested?
How many do you want to change?
We've got a lot of players in the 30s. Wyn, could we have rested? Shaha, why did he start on the bench? Why wasn't he at left back? Why wasn't he at right back? Sorry. So that takes Trips out the game. Trips looked like he was running through Treacle. as did Burn towards the end of the Everton game. Why didn't we rotate the likes of put even like Alanga, put him on the right or the left wing, give the wingers a rest, play Neve, give these players a chance. Why didn't we do that?
I don't think Trips played poorly on Saturday, which he did.
But he looked knackered. Come on, he was tired.
I don't think he did particularly look knackered. He just looks what he is now. He's got a lack of pace now compared to what he used to have, and that was nothing to do with playing 2 games in the week. It was just that's.
Hang on, can I just
down
pick
to
up
his
there?
age.
Can I just pick you up there? Of course, it's down to playing 2 games in a week. He's 35 years old. A 35-year-old's body cannot play a Champions League game and a Premier League game in the same week. And it's the same with Burn now. Burn looked like he was running through treacle in that game. And I don't want these players to start to get, called out because, they're getting overused in games. I think we need to be really careful not to ruin these players' reputations when they've been absolutely brilliant for the town.
The Karabakh game, right? We were 6-1 up. Newcastle played that game in second gear. They were never exerting themselves flat out for 90 minutes. It was more or less a training exercise. So there was no problem there at all. I don't think anybody who played on Tuesday night suffered because of it on Saturday. There were other reasons, and it was down to attitude for me, that was what I found most difficult to take on Saturday. It looked like they just weren't really bothered. The maybe's even thought, as they've done in the past, they've just got to turn up and they'll get 3 points. It's just Everton. Even though Everton started above us in the league.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever right for us to like downplay Everton at all.
No, exactly. So what I'm saying is, I honestly don't think that there was any superhuman physical exertion on Tuesday night, which resulted in the players being knackered on Saturday.
No, and I mean,
hang on, guys. These players are of a certain age. How can you guys sit there and justify? Trippier's going to probably have to play the majority of games throughout March as well. It doesn't look like Tino's going to be back. So why the hell haven't we give him a rest in that game, which we knew would win? Why wasn't the likes of Alanga started from the start? Players who could step up. We were never going to lose that game.
Was there a win bonus attached to that game? Like for winning that individual leg?
2 million.
Yeah,
that's why I would think Trippier had started just for the experience. But
that doesn't matter at this. That doesn't matter at this point. What at this point is about for Newcastle United is getting the game management of players in place, and we didn't do that. Eddie had a big chance there to give a lot of players a rest, and he did not do it.
I mean, you're mentioning that, and I think I don't think anybody has said anything against the idea that we all wanted Shahar to get more minutes in that game. I think the whole crowd wanted it. I think he wanted it, and probably Trippier did play a little bit longer in that game than he should have. But a lot of the players who did make the mistakes against Everton weren't the players who were playing against Karabakh. Like Chow had a mistake; he was suspended. Gordon, goodness knows what he was doing for Everton's winner. He was rested at the start against Karabakh. Even though he'll have been desperate to get out there and continue on his hunt for the golden boot or whatever it's called in Champions League. And Nick Pope didn't play against Karabakh, and he dropped an absolute clanger. So the individual errors were going to happen with or without the rotation. Kieran Trippier probably should have rested. In regards to Sean Neve, I think Asula rightfully deserved a few minutes. I mean, if he had found some sort of level ground playing against Karabag or bagged a goal for his confidence, we'd have all been saying, "Oh, that was masterful playing him there," and maybe Woltemade looked a bit tired by the end of the Karabag game. If he was going to play against Everton, maybe he should have came off, and Neve should have went on then. And there was changes that were made in the positioning against Karabag that I think a lot of us also questioned, with like a Sula going on the left and Barnes on the right, for example. But I don't think the reason that we lost against Everton was just because Kieran Trippier started against Karabag. I think we've got a very depleted squad defensively, and if, for example, if Shaw and Byrne had been available, Shaw and Botman had been available for more of the last few games than they have, then we would have rotated with that without the worry of, okay, we're putting like a young player in against the Wolves. The only way to avoid Dan Byrne on Saturday would have been to have played Alex Murphy at centre-back against Everton in a must-win Premier League game, so I'm not sure that would have been the right way to go either.
So what do we think about Eddie Howe's in-game substitutions? Obviously, against Karabag, he did bring on Hall, which was, for me, was an absolute stupid decision. And his in-game management against Everton was, I thought,
but he brought Hall on because Botman had to go off.
But then
that one was forced.
But then he put Murphy at left back. So why not put Murphy at left back at that point? Sorry, put Murphy at right back. Why not just put Murphy at left back?
Well, he put Alex Murphy at centre back.
I'm talking about Jacob Murphy. Why not just pop him as a centre back for the end of the game? Why bring on Hall, who
Jacob Murphy at centre back?
No, it's at left back or right back, and put Shaw.
He did put him right back.
We're winning, but he did. But that wasn't. But why bring on Hall? Why bring on Hall at that point?
Because Alex Murphy had to go to centre back because Botman went off.
But but Wyn, you had Shaw who could come on. So Shaw should have been starting for me for Trippier. But even if he was a substitute, Shaw for Trippier. Hall, as you see, when we needed a left back because Alex Murphy into the centre then, and pop Jacob Murphy at left back at that point. There was no chance.
So now Jacob Murphy's going left back.
But there was no chance we were going to lose that game. That's a game that we could have won. And if we started to get, within like two,
that's a game we did win, by the way.
But we started to get within sort of 2-3 goals of them getting back into the game, then bring Hall on just to steady things up. But if we're not, just give Hall the night off. So as I say, but you guys justify Eddie Howe's substitute.
Hold on. Don't you guys us when I haven't justified anything that Eddie Howe's done as far as a substitution. Let's not do that.
You guys. We're
not just trying to get clicks here.
You guys explain to me then, are the substitutes Eddie Howe made over the last couple of games correct? Were they what we should have done in regards to preserving the team, or did they have an effect on the Everton game?
That's the point. I don't think they had any effect on the Everton game at all. So I don't think either Byrne or Trippier were adversely affected by having to play 90 minutes in second gear on Tuesday. That's the first thing, right? They both had poor games, but to me, it was nothing to do with the fact that they played 2 games a week. That neither of them are very quick anyway.
So hang on. A 35-year-old playing too many minutes on the Karabag game, Hall getting dragged onto the pitch quite early. You're seeing they look tired against Everton.
Well, Hall didn't look tired against Everton.
The obvious question is, did either of those players need to be involved at all against Karabag?
Well, yes.
I mean, Hall probably wouldn't.
Why did they need to be involved? When?
Well, Byrne had to be involved.
I didn't mention. No. You're changing what I said. I didn't mention Byrne whatsoever. I said
did either of those players? I assume you were talking about Byrne and Trippier.
No, Hall and Trippier. Did either of those players need to be involved against Karabag?
Well, yes, but only when Botman had to come off.
So why? Why couldn't we? He put Jacob
Because you
Murphy
don't
to
play a right winger at left back.
but he's done that anyway later in the game. Why not just do that from the start? What's the issue?
He didn't do
What's the
later in the
problem?
game. He played
Right, but
Murphy at
you
right
know,
back, right wing back.
is that say if you had Murphy at the left back, you know, Jacob, sorry, there's too many Murphys, but Jacob Murphy at left back, if things start to go terrible, you know, when you started to get within 2 to 3 goals of losing the game, then yes, bring Hall on. But at that point, was there any need at all to have Hall on the pitch?
Well, why not just bring Hall on anyway?
Because he needed rest. When this is what people don't get. Players just can't keep going and going and going. Every player needs a rest. You know, that will look like we were running through treacle against Everton because he didn't rotate the squad enough against Karabakh.
So, right, allow me to play devil's advocate here, because I think we're kind of stuck in a little bit of a circle. So, let's assume that we could have avoided bringing Hall on, even though Hall was brought on for a specific reason. But let's say, for example, we could have, you know, put Jacob Murphy at right back and just left back, and just straight swap Trippier and Shahar without that middle gap of putting Jacob Murphy at right back at all. Was there anything that you saw in the game against Everton that made you believe that Lewis Hall looked tired or looked like he had played too many games this week? Lewis Hall specifically himself.
He looked fatigued. They all looked fatigued.
You think Lewis Hall looked fatigued?
Yeah. He wasn't the player that he normally is.
Okay, no, I mean, that's your
anyway,
opinion.
Just before we move on from this point, a big
Lewis Hall came on in 54.
Wait just a sec. Just a quick thank you for Yahoo there, just to say for the super chat. Not the number of games, they're just rubbish. Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, you can't just Lewis Hall's indefinitely not just rubbish. I mean,
I don't think he wasn't saying Lewis Hall was rubbish.
He only went on the hour mark anyway, and we're in second gear.
But hang on, the 2 years. Why put him on the hour mark? Well,
because Botman went off.
No, before you shout this down, just why put him on in the hour mark when there was no need? We were leading the game. Why put him on?
Right, okay, we get that you don't like the fact that Lewis Hall was brought on.
Botman comes off. Who'd you put on instead? You're saying you put Jacob Murphy left back.
Jacob Murphy? But what's the issue with that?
So, what I'm saying is,
no,
you bring on a left back and give him a half-hour run out in second gear.
But why? He's
why
not? He's played so many games. Because he's played so many games. Do you not get at this point? Do you not get at this point?
What I'm saying to you is, did Lewis Hall look knackered to you against Everton?
You said yes.
Yes, the all look tired. The whole team looked.
We're talking specifically here about Lewis Hall.
Well, I'm saying the whole team looked fatigued. Yes.
Well, I didn't think Lewis Hall looked knackered at all.
I already had this exact interaction with
he was probably going on man of the match.
But look, I mean,
there was nothing the matter with Lewis Hall's performance on Saturday.
I get the point that you
should we slightly move on from this? You know, I'm sorry, Tina. Do you want to make a quick point before we do?
I was only going to kind of defend the point that you're trying to make here, because I think the point that you're making is a valid point. I just think you've picked the wrong substitution to talk about with that. I think if you had have mentioned the Trippier one specifically, or Woltemade playing the full game, I think you've got a valid point about whether Eddie Howe's game management against Karabakh was questionable in parts, and whether his game management against Everton was questionable in parts. I just think you've picked the wrong player and the wrong substitute for the point that I think you were trying to make, if that makes sense. I just wanted to kind of level it so that people kind of get. I get what you're saying. Just this is why there was a pushback. Just to level it off nicely.
No, that's
like a well-made cake.
No, I still agree with myself on the whole situation. But
still agree with myself. You've the most Boaky thing ever said on national radio.
You've given us more ammo to go with it, so you're quite right. And yes, I'll use other examples in the future. So, guys, moving on to where we are in Premier League form, and I don't think this one is one to downplay. 5 defeats in the last 6 Premier League games. Is that a major worry?
Absolutely, it's a
It's
major one.
not a major party point, is it? It's not great.
We'll get through a few of these super chats while
Aye.
they're kind of current.
So chatty chatters.
Kim
Not
Camp saying,
super chat wins, just normal chats, these ones.
Can anyone tell me why Eddie Howe cannot find a solution to Walt's issue after, quote unquote, all this time? Well, all this time is like 4 months without any time at all to speak of on the training pitch. So, and what we know Eddie is brilliant at is, working with players, which he can't do. He hasn't got that luxury when we're playing 2 games a week. So that begs the question, do we need a different type of manager and that's a perfectly valid question to ask. It's a question that I've asked many times myself, and I've always said, let's see what happens at the end of the season, see where we are, and see what reasons there are for where we are, etc., and we'll discuss that then, because that has always been a worry of mine. Another worry of mine is
quickly pick up on that. In regards to Eddie not doing that, has he showed any development in that side of his game management for you? We know he hasn't got the training. We know he hasn't got the training time now. Has there been any signs of shoots of recovery from the games we've played where he hasn't had the training time to getting the results we wanted?
Right now, it doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. Nobody's saying it does look good. But in the past, he's found a way somehow to turn it around. Right now, it looks as though he's not able to find that way. And if that's the case, then, like I say, managers live and fall by results. End of story. All I'm saying is that, as I said at the start of the show, there are reasons why it's happened. However, those reasons do not alter the fact that if we are going to be where we want to be, we're not going to have 7 days between games on the training ground. And I'm getting whispers in my ear. So that remains to be seen. Who knows what'll happen? I'm quite happy to judge Eddie at the end of the season, and as I said, from day one, if we are where we are now, at the end of the season, he needs to go, and I don't think anybody will need to send him there, because I think he himself will decide, I've done all I can.
Can I just quickly apologise to Wyn?
Yeah.
Yeah, we missed he's had his 19-month chat go through there, and we don't see those.
But
so I apologise, Wazza, but I'll read it out now. Reet, because he was always available enough for the move. This is because he's the player he is. Hasn't done it himself any favours. It's circumstance again. I forget what we were on about at that point, if I'm honest, mate. But thank you very much for the 19-month charge, and we'll look back and see where we're at. And you, mate, keep being a member. You're a superstar.
You are indeed.
Indeed. Battle Axe is saying, get rid of Wissa, bring Ivan Toney. Well, there you go. One Brentford X for another Brentford X.
Battle Axe was one of my favourite chatters yesterday, by the way, which was some of the absolute meme suggestions he gave us for the Newcastle best Premier League 11 of all time. Fantastic suggestions. Just had me absolutely rolling.
I know
this seems to be bubbling under the chat. Have I missed some news or something regarding the 115 charges?
I haven't seen anything come through on that win.
It's the same. Can Man City win the league and then get relegated? I don't know.
Well, they can't win the league and get relegated because there will be the points will be took off. The worrying thing is if it's sort of a 50-point drop, potentially they might not get relegated if they picked up enough points to actually get ahead of that. So they might finish like 17th, 16th, 15th. I mean, it might boost us up 1 point, so we might finish 15th, 14th, 13th, the way things are going. But
are you saying that we're finishing in the bottom 6 of the league this season, there, Boaky?
Well, we are at the minute, mate. I don't know if you've seen the table.
On our current trajectory, I wouldn't put it past it.
What happened to positivity? I thought I'd rubbed off on Boaky a bit. He's always been like, before games I'm positive. There's a game coming up in the middle of the week. Boaky, you've got to be positive. No, stop this.
I'm always positive before a game. But I suppose
the squad is big enough, but it's not good enough. We have far too many games and don't have the quality to rest players without a massive drop in quality.
I mean, if it's not good enough, then it's not big enough, is it? Because we've got players, yes, but if those players aren't good enough to fill the boots, for example, if when one of our fullbacks, if when Lewis Hall is missing for a game, if we don't have a player who can fit into that left back role and perform for us as well as Lewis Hall does, then we don't have a big enough squad, because you need to have a player who can come in and fill that role.
To be fair, you're never going to get a player who performs as well as a first team player, I don't think, because if that was the case, they'd be in the first team. So that there is inevitably going to be a drop off, but it's how big that drop off is. But
I think at this point, on that point, Wyn, I'll give you a little bit last summer that we had to build the squad up a little bit, but from now on, any player we bring in has to be a first team player. Has to be somebody who's.
I've always agreed with you as far as that's concerned.
Who has to be somebody that's going to replace the player in front of them, and that's the only way you develop it as a squad. If you keep just trying to bring in, and I understand what you guys said last summer, and I disagreed with you, and I still disagree with you. That we need squad players. No.
Just default disagree with me. Christina was just
Tina. Just think of the shows. Just think of the shows you've been involved in. You'll understand. I kept saying that. I kept saying that we needed to bring in players who, would improve the squad. Whereas these guys were like, well, no, we need squad players. It's never squad players for me. It's always you buy to replace somebody who's in that position. Because if you don't, then you're not developing the squad. Anyway, I think we need to slightly move on from the Man City game, because we've covered that a hell of a lot this evening.
Even the Everton game.
Sorry, the Everton game. That's my head.
Doing
That's
that
my head.
yesterday as well.
City.
I apologise.
Toon is saying this in regard to Bruno, I assume, but we won without him. That cannot be the excuse for the Everton game. We didn't win a Premiership game without him. Still haven't won a Premiership game without him.
The
Bruno excuse is just to throw some cover over the manager, making another mistake.
I think actually, just in regards to squads and bringing in first team players, I saw this documentary once by Nike, and they uncryogenically froze a bunch of world class players from history, and I was wondering if that was something that we could maybe try doing.
I think it's a bit late for me, Tina. I was a good goal scorer in my day, but I think it's a bit late for us to be frozen. I think it would take a hell of a lot of ice to freeze me.
Have a word with Walt Disney about that one.
He is, isn't he? He's in freezing.
Players were in the wrong positions. Who could like that? If we're talking about the Everton game here, who's in the wrong position? You can argue
Woltemade.
Well, okay, you can argue them too as well if you want, and you can argue Ramsey and J7 could have switched places maybe.
I mean,
guys, should we slightly move on from the Man City game now, because I think we've covered that a lot this evening. It's been the Everton game.
Away from Everton
again. Move on from the Everton game and let what one thing I wanted to slightly cover with you guys now that I've got control is the players who are potentially over the hill. So what I've done is I've put down the players that are over 30 and put a little bit of a thought in them. So what I was thinking of doing was just going through each of them individually. So starting off with Pope, do you think now Pope over 30, and the last few games, has he lost it a little bit? Is he
His story.
now a liability?
I don't think Pope's problems has anything to do with his age, to be fair. He's definitely having a crazy season, shall we say, with more errors than I've seen more errors from him this season than I thought he even had in his entire history before this season. But I don't think that's his age per se, because a lot of the things he's doing have been like just crazy decisions. I mean, the one against Everton, fair enough, that might have been you might say, oh, well, when he was younger, he would have caught that. But I mean, except for that, the mistakes he's been making have just been ludicrous mistakes that no goalkeeper at any age should be making. I mean, goalkeepers used to play well into their late 30s, so I wouldn't give Nick Pope the excuse of, oh, yeah, no, it's just because he's old, bless him.
What's that there saying? Boaky bringing his leadership skills to the table. So masterful. Smile.
And
John
and
Brown
your
saying,
sorry.
this is referring, obviously, particularly to your older players thing. We got offers for Wilson and Trips 2 seasons ago and rejected them. And then we got
Trippier
offers
was like our best player at the time, though.
And then we got offers for Willock and Asula this season and rejected them. Is that a problem? Well, I think that's for the DUF to decide.
Yeah.
I'll just answer Tony.
What's your thoughts on Pope in regards to, is he getting older? Is he starting to make mistakes? And do we need potentially be looking at 2 keepers this summer? I was saying earlier sorry, make one.
But Pope's done for me now. I think since he did his shoulder in, I don't think he's been the same player since he came back. He still made some wonderful saves, but for every wonderful save he makes, he makes a howler. And time and again this season, it's cost us big style. So Pope for me, I'm sorry, but fantastic start to his Newcastle career. But I think he's. I don't necessarily think it's down to his age, because as Tina says, goalkeepers can play well into the 30s.
What's your thoughts on bringing in Jordan Pickford to replace him, Wyn?
I would have to. I've always said I would have Jordan Pickford in a heartbeat.
I've suffered to it. I'm just scared of seeing it in Newcastle in case I, get eggs thrown at me or something. Yeah, but I've started kind of liking him.
Just before I move on,
I've started, so I'll finish.
Just before I move on to the next player, if we can all hit the likes tonight as well, that would be very much appreciated. It really helps the channel grow if you can hit the likes. So, Tina, what's your thoughts on Trips? Should he be? There's been talk of him being offered a new contract. Do you think he should be, or do you think this should be his last season? Have his legs gone, I guess, is the question.
I mean, I think the issue with Trippier is as much as I love him as a player and what he's done for me. I mean, I named him as my favourite right back ever just yesterday. I think if you look at what he was for the first couple of years that we had him, and you look at him now, there was a shout that he certainly shouldn't be first choice right back going forward in the next season. Maybe, at this level, maybe it's kind of left his legs a little bit, but I don't really want to say that, because he's still, he still knows how to take command of a team. He still kind of knows how to control the tempo, but I think a lot of the players now, because he's no longer putting in those worldly performances, I think it makes him a little bit more difficult for him to be as influential on the rest of the team as he used to be.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think Trips is he's as technically proficient as he's ever been, and some of the what's quite an aspect of games these days for me is Tonali and Trips working between themselves up the right wing. What that negates on numerous occasions now I've seen is the fact that especially when Alanga is on the wing, not so much with Murphy because he'll tend to try and find Murphy, but when Alanga is on the wing, Trips is very reluctant to stick the ball over the top for him to run onto, the way he used to do with Miggy, and to a degree with Murphy. And he'd far rather play it inside and get a triangle going instead of, in the first instance, give him a run, see what he does. Now, that's partly because when Alanga's had those opportunities this season, 9 times out of 10, he's made a mess of it. And he's run the ball into touch or, hasn't covered himself in glory, shall we say.
Yeah.
But that's something I think we need to persist with. We need to see if we can get a tune out of Alanga. Because we're going to need to find out before summer.
Yeah.
Because we've got to decide in summer, do we just cut our losses here?
Just a reminder, everybody that's watching at the minute, after this, it's going to be a continuous stream tonight. So after we're finished, you'll have Chris and Wyn and the lads on to discuss obviously the news of the day a little bit in more in depth. So, just keep on this stream and you'll have all that to come. I think the next player we need to discuss slightly is Kraft. For me, he's done now. I mean, I think that's it. He's been a great servant.
He's not even that old, though, is he?
He's in his 30s again, I think.
I think he's only like 31, 32.
But I think he's one that moves on this summer. I don't know what you guys think.
Kraft is definitely not getting us to where we want to be.
Sorry, guys, that was me.
If Emil Kraft's part of our squad, we ain't getting where we need to be. He's too old and he's too. He just hasn't got that, X factor quality. We need to be replacing him. No,
let's not be disrespectful to him though. When he has done a job,
I
know you're not. But I'm saying, just let's not be disrespectful to him. He's done a great job over the years, but I completely agree with you. He's not the future for we now.
He's only ever been a squad player.
Yeah,
regardless of that's what he is. He's a utility squad player. He's not going to move us forward at all. So we need to move him on.
Upgrade.
Sadly. Upgrade, absolutely.
Completely agree with both of you. Now the more difficult ones.
Whoa, somebody clip that. Somebody clip that.
Now the more difficult ones, Shaw and Byrne. Are they past the best
very
now?
Carefully, Boaky. I am watching you.
do we know Shaw is out of a contract at the end of the season? Do we offer him a new contract if he doesn't get back this season after this injury? Or is that a little bit too far, and do we look to get a youngster in?
There's nothing wrong with Fabian Schär. Fabian Schär is an absolute fantastic player who is one of our most creative players, which for a centre-back is quite amazing, to be fair. I get what you're saying with his age. He's not in his late 20s, mid-20s anymore, but when he's played for us, he hasn't looked like a player who's dropped off. I mean, this latest injury, it might be a case if he can't come back to the player that he once was. But I wouldn't let his career end like this. I would definitely give him at least a 1-year contract extension. And then if it turns out that Malak Chow is always playing ahead of him next season, or if it turns out that we bring in a couple of other centre-backs where we then end up where Shaw's like, okay, I want to now move on to get first-team football, then at that point, I would accept that decision. But right now, I don't think you need to look at Shaw and think, we'll probably need to move him on. I think he's still, this season, he's probably still been if you looked at the games he's played as opposed to the games that other defenders have played, I think he's been the most sure-footed defender that we've had this season still, and that's even with a concussion.
But Tina, in regards to that with Shaw, at the risk of you diving through diving through Blythe, the kneecappers, do we need to be a little bit harsh with him?
No.
Do we need to be saying, look, you've been a great servant for the club, but you've been injured in your age. We're not going to offer you a new contract when we need to move on as a club.
No,
absolutely not. I have got no qualms about giving Shea an extension if he'll have one.
Thank you.
If he wants one, because we need depth still. That's not to say don't bring another centre half in, or maybe even two, because I think Botman has major question marks over him as well. But we're going on about the need to have a cohort of central defenders who can play 60 games a season. And one player can't do that, so we're going to need more than two centre-backs anyway. I think that's where, no doubt, another one of your list will come into it, which is Dan Burn. And I think he falls into that same category as well. He will never let you down. Shea will never let you down.
So can I just ask you two guys, do we need to choose between Shaw and Burn? In which case, do we need to choose which one we keep? So, you're going to break, if we'll say Botman and Chow are going to be, the first team players are the ones that are definitely staying. Do we at this point need to choose between a Shaw or a Burn so we can bring in another centre-back who's younger to replace one of those?
I would say 100% depends on who you bring in. If you bring in two fantastic centre-backs, then okay, you can maybe look at letting one of them go. If you bring in one, absolutely not. At the moment, we've got Dan Burn to cover left centre back. We've got Fabian Schär to cover right centre back, and it probably doesn't make a massive difference in the grand scheme of things. But I never feel good with a left footer at right centre back. I don't think Botman shone there against Karabag, and I don't know if it's a psychological thing or if it's just like the way that defending works. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I always feel much more comfortable with a player who prefers being a right centre back and a player who prefers being a left centre back. It's all going to come down to recruitment at the end of the day. But as it stands right now, I think both of those players could be kept. If you did end up going with I hate the fact that I'm going to have to say this, and I'm never going to forgive the 2 years for putting me in a position where I've got to say this, but if you did end up bringing in two solid younger centre-backs and you had to pick one of Dan Burn or Fabian Schär to keep as like a utility player, then Dan Burn would probably be more open to the idea of sitting on Newcastle United's bench than I think Fabian Schär would, because there was rumblings earlier in the season about Schär not being delighted with the minutes that he was getting. But yeah, it's all going to come down to recruitment for me.
That's the thing, but I don't think there's anything wrong with having five centre backs. Saying another good young'un.
Yeah.
And either one of the two becomes third choice, if you like.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Irish Toon Assassins just suggested Van de Ven. If Tottenham get relegated, maybe.
Listen, centre backs by their very nature are going to be involved in scraps, so they're going to pick up injuries. By their very nature, they're going to get yellow cards, and their fair share of suspensions. So you've got to have that cover.
Completely.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So if we move on now, I'm just doing over 30 players, so there's two more. You've got Jacob Murphy. Do you think he's now? I think the last few games I know he scored goals, but he's been shocking in his performances. Do you think he's one now that when babies need to look to move on and we need another right side of midfielder? I know we thought of going into this, someone would sort of sort it with Alanga, but do you think we need another player in that position, Wyn?
Well, and again, Alanga was second choice, and Bremo was first choice. Alanga was second choice. So Elanga to date for the Toon has been very poor. Hasn't lived up
But
to
Wyn, can I just quickly pick you up on the point of saying that he's second choice? We chased him for 2 years.
Yeah,
So
we
yes,
did.
he wasn't who we particularly wanted as a first choice, but we knew everything about him seemingly. So how
Yeah.
can we use that as an excuse for him being poor when he's got to the town when we knew
Well,
we knew what player we were signing because we'd chased him for so long and we'd scouted him.
But this is just down to form. I mean, he hasn't been producing the sort of football for us that he was producing for Nottingham Forest for the 2 seasons that we were looking at him. He just hasn't. And for whatever reasons, obviously he's had this season he's had the baby, he had the fallout with Sweden, so that could be reasons for it. But whatever the reasons are, he has not produced the goods. Numerous. I always go back, to the very first game, Aston Villa, first minute, when he's 1-on-1 with the keeper, and I just wondered how different things would have been if he'd put that chance away. And it reminds me so much of John Dal Thomason when he played for us. And yet again, he, first game of the season, everybody, really looking forward to seeing him. And he missed the sitter against Sheffield Wednesday and never, ever looked like a player after that. And yet he left us and went on to win a European Cup, a Champions League.
Do you think some of it, Tina, is down to the fact that at Forest he was and I've said this before, he was a massive player in a little pond. He's got to Newcastle and he's just thought to himself, hang on, there's some canny players around me. Yeah, this is more difficult. I can't stand out in this team. Now the team is not going to play around me.
I mean, maybe because I think we all kind of touched on the idea that we thought it came down to a lot with confidence with Elanga. Like, there seemed to be things that you would expect him to do naturally that he was struggling to force himself to do. And I think playing in a team that's got bigger expectations and a team that was in the Champions League and just come off a cup success, and the fans are crazy mad compared to any other set of fans in the Premier League. And as you mentioned, being surrounded by the likes of Bruno Guimaraes, at the time, Alexander, Sandro Tonali, players who are, with no disrespect to the team that he played in, because there was some fantastic players in that Nottingham Forest side with him. There is probably a step up, and Newcastle United are considered by the media and by a lot of the surrounding of football as a bigger team. So there is a chance that did affect him quite seriously. But players like him are going to have ambition, and their ambition, obviously, I mean, he originally was at Manchester United. His ambition was to play Champions League football. His ambition was to play for the big sides. So, I still hope that there's a light at the end of the tunnel for Elanga. I think we've seen little glimpses of what he could be for us, and I would absolutely love it if we do eventually get the prime Elanga, shall we say. Plus, he's got an awesome song.
Most important thing, Tina, is there anything in the chat, Wyn, before we move on, or the next player?
They get some stars, yeah. We've got Kim Camp saying, can anybody tell me why Eddie Howe cannot... Oh, no, did that one, sorry. Done that one.
It is a good question, though.
And we've had that one as well.
So good.
If you had one clear-cut chat, that this is about who should be playing up top, Gordon or Wolty. If you had one clear-cut chance, would you rather have Wolty or Gordon on the end of that chance? Well, I think...
Bonds. Bonds, 100%. Don't know about you guys, but that would be my choice.
It's an interesting question, though, to be fair, because, I mean, Anthony Gordon has scored a lot of goals, but compared to how it looked like he was going to score goals, if you look at him when we first got him, and he was, cutting in a lot more, and he seemed to have like a really good ability of bending a ball around to keep it to the back post. I've not seen a lot of that sure-footedness of him this season. And as I've said, a lot of his goals have came from the penalty spot, but one-on-one with the goalkeeper, he's still fine. If it was coming down to a chance and just who's going to strike it sweeter, I would probably give it to Nick Woltemade.
Yeah, I think that's fair comment.
Definitely.
Wyn, is it
Any
just
more
5
thoughts, Wyn?
years of the same style that the players have had enough of and that other teams have worked out?
Potentially.
But we're not playing the same style that we did the last couple. If we were playing the same style we did the last couple of years, I think we'd be playing a lot better. I think we're struggling to find what we want this team to be in a lot of the games, and we look a bit like, between 6s and 7s. Like, it's a bit of a...
Hang on. I know as host I'm meant to be slightly impartial, but is part of the problem not exactly what you've just said there? We've played the same style over the last few years. We haven't changed. And now that things have to change because, teams are getting used to it, it's a struggle because that hasn't happened over the last few years.
Maybe, like I said, you can make things look however you want to make them look. As I say, you look at like the glory years of Barcelona, the glory years of Manchester United. Didn't need to be a lot of changes in there. Maybe we've brought in a different group of players who did then need a change of tactics, a change of style. And to be fair, we've tried to change the style, and I don't know if it's because we keep mentioning this, not a lot of training time. Maybe that's why the change of style isn't landing correctly. But
Can we just quickly pick up on that as well, Otina? We haven't tried to change the style. Eddie Howe's tried to change the style. Eddie Howe's done it because he's the manager and he's the one who's picked up on the fact that things are going wrong. But has he done that? But has he done that way too late? So
well, no,
we use the proverbials of we and the team and things like that. But it falls on one person's toes end of the day. And should he have already been doing that before this point?
Well, no, because before this point it was working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Was it? Whoa, was it? After the cup
final, did you miss all of last season? We won a trophy and qualified for Champions League. Yes, it's been working. We survived relegation.
It's so easy to forget. It has worked perfectly since Eddie arrived.
Hang on, happy clappers. It hasn't worked perfectly this season. Look at where
this
we are
season.
in the league.
You just said last season.
Look at where we are in the league.
Right, your question was...
We are one win, not only just one win, but 3 points in the last 6 games. That's not good enough. That is not good enough for any team.
That would be the one win.
No, and this season it hasn't worked. But up until this season, it did work. That's my point. So you're saying, should he have changed it before we got to this season?
So hang on.
Or are you saying, should he have changed it earlier in this season? Is that what you're saying?
Hang on.
Because if so, I've misunderstood the question.
If you're Willy Wonka and you sell a lot of chocolate, you're selling millions of bars of chocolate each year, then you get to a point where you change your chocolate a little bit. You spend a lot more on the ingredients. You put extra things in it to up it, yet your sales drop massively. Is that a failure?
What? I don't know. What I would do is I would put some golden tickets in some chocolate bars and then just palm it off on some kid.
Don't change the subject. It's quite an easy question. Hang on. If you've spent a fortune developing your project, developing your product, and you want to progress the next year, and it fails massively, so your chocolate bars sales drop massively, things aren't as good as they were, whose fault is that?
I mean, it depends. Have I changed the recipe? Have I changed what was working for all of the time when I was being a successful chocolatier? So you've counteracted your own point?
The reason
because you've said that we should have changed earlier.
But guys,
I think the point he's trying to make is you've spent a fortune on ingredients.
Yeah. But guys, come with me. You can be in a world of pure imagination. Look and see. you can see, you know, where this can go. We can be a massive
10 points
team.
in chat if anybody can guess what movie Boaky's been watching today.
Just not with Eddie Howe in charge. Anyway, we'll move on from that point because I think we're going down long. The last person on the list who's going to turn 30 next year is GS7. Do we think he's a done horse now? Do you think Joe Linton's somebody who would need to move on?
Who are you coming to me or
I don't think
either of yous.
Wyn, go ahead.
I don't think GS7 would want to move on.
But that's not the point. It's whether we want to move them on.
We should be touting them. I don't think that would do anybody any good.
But I'm saying that's not the point. It shouldn't be the point now whether players want to move on. It should be, do we want to move them on?
What we should be looking for, bear in mind that GS7 was a major part of what was widely touted as the best midfield in the country at the start of the season before a ball was kicked. So a Brazilian international is the sort of player.
Can I just stop you on that point just quickly? Who pointed him out as being the best player in the country this season? You know, widely touted. You said by who?
By
I mean, at the start of the season, we were told to have the best midfield league.
Our midfield three.
By who? You know, I'm not saying these are wrong. I'm just saying names who said that.
It was mentioned on Sky Sports by numerous presenters. It was mentioned
regularly
in
numerous
media.
Lots. Name one person who said that.
I don't watch Sky Sports, Boaky. Whoever presents Sky Sport. Are you telling me that you never saw that mentioned? Because we've had talking points through the season of, well, we're supposed to have the best centre midfield in England, and yet we're playing terribly, and none of them were quite hitting the heights that we expected. It was very, very well said. I mean, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to find it on the way back machine.
All I'm doing is host is fact check news. So
yeah. So check the facts.
So name one person who said that.
Look it up. Google it.
I don't have to because I didn't see it.
Well, I mean, Wyn, get on the thing and find out who said it.
But do you think, while Wyn's looking it up, Tina, do you think that's something we do have to look at? You know, the replacement of J7. Does he have to be somebody who will have to, you know, be seriously looking at that this next season? He's not going to be good enough for us.
I mean, that's going to come down to performances, isn't it? Like, I don't see him on the training field. I quite like J7. I think he's a really good player. I think it's good that if a game's going to kick off, you're going to have a player who can literally chin everyone. And maybe sometimes he chins people a little bit too quickly in games. But no, I mean, J7's still a wonderful talent and a fantastic player to have in the team. I think he's shown since he came back from this latest knock that he's still a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, there's only going to be so much business that you can do under the restrictions that we get in this day and age. If this was back in the day when, Chelsea and Manchester City can spend £500 million each transfer window, fair enough, yeah, get rid of all these players, bring in a bunch of new players who are like winning Ballon d'Or and stuff every season. As it stands at the minute, you're not going to be able to replace everybody. So J7 would be the last on my list, besides Fabian Schär, that I would be looking to replace immediately.
So you wouldn't look to replace J7 ahead of Tonali or Bruno? You would see J7
out of the players you've mentioned. Out of the plus 30 crew.
We're talking about midfield. Wyn's going to come back now with a list of people who've said that Tonali's J7's
Jamie Carragher described Newcastle's midfield trio of J7, Bruno and Tonali as the best.
Do you know who he is, Boaky? Do you give me a second?
I don't want to say what he did to a kid when he was leaning out of his car, but I do know who Jamie Carragher is. Going back to that, Wyn, I'm just saying, who is saying J7 is the best central midfielder in the country, not the midfield three, because I agree them three were great together.
That's the point.
Who is arguing against?
Who is saying J7 is the best midfielder?
Nobody that I'm aware of.
So it was a mute point that he's made.
Nobody said that,
No,
Boaky.
he was an integral part of what was widely.
We were saying that what was
recognised.
said is that we had the best 3 centre midfielders in the Premier League, which is what we were
And
fact checking. Nobody said
completely agree.
J7's the best centre midfielder in
But
the Premier
I
League.
completely agree with that. The point that I raised was simply down to.
Stop arguing then.
But I'm not arguing. But you guys are arguing. To be fair, the point I made was: could we improve on J7 this season? Could we get somebody better into that position? Because he is going to be over 30, and you guys go straight on the bandwagon that he's been brilliant.
I'm absolutely
He's
certain
been a good
that
player.
we can, if you're prepared to spend enough money. And that's the question.
So how much do you have to spend?
Well, how
Well,
much
well,
does it cost to bring in a world-class centre midfielder?
We'll
How
spend
much would you
40
spend on
Well,
Bruno
no,
or Tonali?
Well, we spent £43 million on a midfielder last season. How much do we need to spend this season to get someone to replace J7?
I assume you're talking about Ramsey, which right now hasn't come off. It would appear, but there's still time for that to develop. Again, it's easy to point fingers, simple to point fingers. But the bottom line is, if you look at the top quality player, how many players have we got who would walk into any other Champions League side currently? And
I think this is one win we're going to have to argue on a different night, because we've got the late night team ready to come on. I think it's you, Chris, and the lads are ready to take over. So thank you very much for watching tonight, everybody. We're going to hand over to the next team, and keep watching, whack those likes, and thank you very much for tonight. See you later, guys.
Catch you later.
Good night.
See you. Ta-ra, Boaky, ta-ra, Tina.
Set up for maximum confrontation and super opinionated debates. The NUFC Late Night Show with Chris the American Man, Derek the Mighty Wyn, and the rest of the panel, Monday through Thursday from 9:30 p.m. UK and UFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Oh, you're mute, Chris.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to NUFC Talk. We are live here on the Late Night Show with Wyn, Jamie, and Iain. Iain Mackay joined us as well. Here, 4 people to discuss the witch hunt, the scapegoating of Nick Woltemade from journalists, from fans, and so on and so forth, ladies and gents. Don't forget to smash the like button. You can call us now and have your say as well, whether you agree or disagree. Call us now, 0191-916-8864. Call us now and have your say. I know it's late night over there in the UK, but I know a lot of you are awake. Come on, man. A lot of you are awake. So call us now and have your say, ladies and gents. Don't forget, you can super chat as well and get your point across. You can certainly do that. So follow the $, hit the steps, and super chat immediately. Become a member as well. Help the channel grow and enjoy exclusive content just for members. Most of the NUFC Talk Radio shows you can watch on demand and live if you are a member. So please do that. Of course, you can listen free of charge on NUFCTalkRadio.com, on DAB in Newcastle upon Tyne, and Newcastle upon Tyne. And yeah, so you can give memberships away as well, so you can do that. How are you, fellas? All good? Hunky dory? Well, we're knackered, by the way. I mean,
we are knackered
when it comes to football, but I mean, as far as life is concerned, I'm assuming Jamie.
Our loyal viewers know how I am. Let's say how.
Well, no. You first of all, you are a disgrace, because you were coming on here at the match reaction, and you said you couldn't believe people's takes, that everything what you watched was an amazing game. You said this on the match reaction, and all of a sudden today, now you're saying it's a bad game. No, yeah, you did. People heard what you said.
I said it wasn't as bad as people want.
No, you didn't. You couldn't believe what people were saying, and the atrocities that were committed in this game after we scored. Literally, I mean, I'm talking about literally after we scored. Should be
Twice.
I mean, it just should be condemned. Do you condemn those mistakes? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
All right. Iain, do you condemn those actions?
That's down to the players. That's got nothing to do with the manager or tactics or anything.
See, you're already trying to defend the manager when nobody's attacked him. So, that's kind of the agenda, the narrative is already out there. But I want to go to Jamie, actually, because I haven't heard from him in a long time. And Jamie, what do you make about this game in particular? What do you think about? Well, actually, I heard you from the NUFC comparison yesterday, live on Sundays at 7:30 p.m. UK. You can listen and watch as well. So we did hear from you, but on this show in particular, what do you think? You're mute. I don't hear you. Oh, is he good? I don't hear. Did you guys hear Jamie?
No.
No. Okay, we don't hear him. Iain, I don't even hear you, Iain. Iain, are you there? Oh, Iain is actually muted, so that's easy.
Yeah,
that's easy fix.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes, I thought it was. I'd condemn the mistakes. Yes, I feel totally vindicated. Although it raised some eyebrows when we were put on the spot of what the shopping list should be in the summer. On Thursday night, I think it was, where I just said goalkeeper first and foremost, and nobody else had that. But I mean, come on, there's a real going now with Pope 5-6 times this season, where I mean, we lost at Marseille because he went mental just at the start of the second half, didn't we? So I condemn the mistakes. They're individual mistakes. Is it Eddie Howe's fault? Those weren't. But let's be honest, the tone was set for the game because Eddie Howe made some awful mistakes when he chose his lineup.
Of course.
Playing players totally out of position. I said earlier on that Premier League one, I have to stay quiet for 2 days, and it's just as well because I would be swearing now if it'd been talking to you on Saturday night. But Howe played 3 players out of position when he kicked off. He had our best left winger playing centre forward, he had our best centre forward playing in midfield, and he had our best midfielder playing on the left wing. And we never got a kick for half an hour. We were behind before he moved it. And we did look a little better with people playing in the right position. And if you're going to go back to basics, which apparently is what we did, play the players in the positions that they're most familiar with. I think that's 101, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, and, my eyes are open, I think. I was hoping we'd turned a corner. I tried to dismiss the fact that we'd beaten a Villa side that were struggling generally and had gone down to 10 men. Won twice against Karabag, who were a Champions League, but they're not really, are they? They're farmers. And beat Tottenham. I think that Voldemade experiment filling in midfield was horribly exposed against City and Everton. That should never happen again. And play him centre forward, but play somebody else in midfield who has played forward. Ramsey or Willock even, who can actually get in and around him all of the time so that he's not isolated. That's what I would do. That's back to basics, I think.
Well, I
mean, giving the ball, Gordon giving the ball away the way he did is criminal. Pope's horrific mishandling is criminal. We can't give 3 goals away and expect to win. We just can't. Nobody can.
Well, that is right. I have. I think. Listen, I think Gordon is a selfish player. I don't think he's good for the team. I think he's only good for himself. However, he lost the ball, and that's that. But I mean, if he can't, if a center forward, well, he's not a center forward, but if an attacking player can't lose a ball, and then everything else happens after that. I think that we're just too far forward. And anybody that loses the ball there is going to be detrimental to the team in that particular time. So I'm not going to blame Gordon for that particular play. I think it's just he lost the ball. He got pressed. He lost the ball. It's not the end of the world, or it shouldn't be. It's how we were set up in that particular time. Well, I think, Jamie, you back now?
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. So what, you got to say something? You got to say something about that?
Yeah. I think I totally disagree with that. The way he kept that ball with 4 of them around him when he had the chance to get rid of it was criminal. And you said earlier, you said, you know, are you all doing good in spite of the football? And it's that sort of result like that. I think it ruins your whole weekend. You know, it's 3 o'clock on a Saturday, and it's just such a gut punch. You let them goals in straight after you've scored. We were fighting and fighting for that equaliser. And then he just goes walkabout like that. And the thing that gets me, Anthony Gordon makes a big thing about mentality. He goes on shows and talks about books that he reads and ways he gets his head right and stuff like that. He has never, ever been able to get his head right for Everton since he signed for us. He's never had a good game against Everton. The only time we've beaten them is when he doesn't play or when he doesn't affect the game. And I think it's very wrong to boo him off, because that did happen a little bit. And you should never boo your own players. But he cost us that game big time. I think the Tonali shot at the end and stuff, when you're pushing like that, that's pushing for a winner without that. But, you know, they've worked so hard to get back into it. I mean, I have to say, Derek, are you in prison because of your views on the game, are you? Because I think that's quite justified.
Absolutely, man. The rubbish he was on in the match reaction. I mean, it's just unbelievable. You know what I mean? The only person that literally didn't watch the same game that everybody else watched. You know, you weren't.
Let's talk about Pope's howler.
Yeah.
Pope saved the ball, and at the time he saved it.
But that's his job, mate. You don't. You get paid. He gets paid well for doing that.
It was his job, and he saved it, and it came back into play.
And the defense should have reacted.
And at the time he made the save, there was 3 defenders.
It does no.
And the line.
I cannot believe this crap. No. Hold on. First of all, when you're a young goalkeeper, they teach you this. The bounce has to go away from goal, literally that way or this way.
Ideally,
not here, not that. Ideally, it's a routine save, man. He didn't stretch to save the ball right there.
Both are true. Both are true. He should have done a lot better, and he should have recovered quicker. And the defenders should have been quicker to it. They still might have not got there ahead of Beto, but they should have been, you know, in the same bloody frame of the photograph. You know what I mean? They should have moved. And it's just, if you look at the stats, that's the 4th time we've let in 3 goals at home in something like 7 home games. We've let in 18 goals in 7 games. And it's, you know, like you're talking 3 against Bournemouth, 3 against Leeds, couple against Qarabag, 3 against Brentford, and 3 against Everton. None of these teams are top teams. We are leaking goals, and it's amateurish. It's amateurish. It's not acceptable. It's inherent. And you can't, and you know, maybe like if you superanalyze that, you might come to the conclusion that the defence are more at fault than Pope. But the fact is, no Premier League team should be letting in crap like that, or going straight from a hard-fought equaliser to messing on, giving the ball away and letting somebody retake the lead literally 30, 40 seconds later. It is stuff that shouldn't happen, and I've not felt as bad after a game as I did on Saturday. I feel like the goal going into Saturday was get 3 points, start putting points on the board and get the last European places. Now the target for the league, for me, is try and finish above Sunderland. That's it.
Wow.
Proves it.
I mean, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same game as the Brentford game, isn't it? Puffed and puffed through the second half. Finally got an equaliser. Brentford think, oh, we've got 5 minutes left here. If we just step it up slightly, we'll score. Bottom puts one on the plate for them, and they score, and they win 3-2. So that's 2 games running that we've done that. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. And I mean, as you say, amateurish. I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks disorganised. It looks really disorganised. Like there is no plan. There's no plan after we've got an equaliser as to how we're going to play this last 10 minutes. And that is on the manager, Wyn.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, yeah. No. Be quiet, man. You're in jail. You don't get to talk. You get to talk limited times because I swear, man. Everything is on the players. By the way, we need to talk about the scapegoating by the media on Woltemade. It seems to be he's the problem. Nick Pope is the one. We need to talk about Nick Pope. We need to talk about poor Gordon was the center forward all of a sudden. That was it. After Karabakh, after Aston Villa, that was it. We found the new Isak. We found him. Relax, I told you. Relax, man. Calm down. We played against an extreme poor side. And against a good side in Aston Villa, but they've had a bad, poor run of form reason. Relax. The pressing was back. Wyn was celebrating and everything else. What happened? What happened, man? He had a horrible performance against Everton. Pope had a horrible performance. Trippier, I don't understand what's going on with him. I don't understand what's going on. I mean, or maybe we do understand what's going on with him, but that should keep him happy, actually. You know what I mean? If you've been keeping attention on what's going on outside of football. But, it's so many things going on right now that I don't understand. I don't know. Wissa is incredibly unfit for purpose, to use and quote somebody from the past. So, it's unbelievable. I think that our Champions League run is knackered. We're not going to make Champions League. Do you actually? Well, no. you
unless we win it,
Jamie. Well, yeah. Well, that's one way. That's one way of getting there. Hold on, Wyn, because I got everything lined up.
Way more likely than coming top 5 now. Way more likely. Yeah.
No, but I understand that, but. It is. I mean, it isn't. We're not going to win it, But I do get your point. It's how bad we're playing. So, Wyn, you want to show us where the balance is at?
That's where Pope has made the save.
Okay, hit the arrow. Hit the right arrow one time. Hit the right arrow one time on your keyboard, man.
It's a still. It's a still.
Okay, well then never mind.
Right?
I'll put it up. Hold on.
Beto there is behind Hall, and Byrne and Chow are there as well to react. That is half a second later.
Yeah, but I mean, he makes that save.
Bedo's doing what every good centre forward should do and anticipate the error.
Well, he's doing exactly what he needs to do.
Anticipated the error,
and it's what every centre back should do as well.
No, man. Well, the bounce is everything's so fast. Everything is way too fast, man. I mean. I mean, I don't know. I think the bounce was just wrong. The save was just wrong, and it happened. You can call it. You can call it. You can call it out. Because if he goes the other way, nothing happens. Corner at best or at worst, and that's it. That's a bad bounce, man. Let's not try to show.
One of the defenders is switched on. It doesn't look as bad as it is. That's all I'm saying.
Do you know what I said in relation to this? Right. I think Fabian Schär would have been there because
here we go.
You see a lot, right? If you look back, there's so many times when Schär has hooked the ball away from under the bar where he's just got there and stopped something at the near post. He's always alert and his positioning's very good for anything like that. And I don't think you notice that last-ditch defending, because all those things that he gets in the way of, they're going in the goal now. Across the season, even like minutes before he went off, he managed to get one off the line against Leeds. That was his last action before he broke his foot. And I think he's obviously not got any long-termism in the club because of his age. But he's left a massive hole there in terms of distribution and being the last defender.
And by the way, on that particular play, I not only think the save was wrong, but him getting up to catch it was too slow as well.
If he got his hand to it.
Wait, I swear, if you'd be lucky if I'm not next to you right now, man. Because if I was next to you right now, I would two-piece you so hard you wouldn't even know I hit you. Because you are talking so much rubbish right now.
That'll be the day.
You're so much rubbish. You talking about? I think he touched it. Are you kidding me? Why do you have to
I don't think he touched it. I know he touched it.
And what does that do? Like, you acting like if that's going to prove a point. It means nothing, man.
He did. He was diving, and he still got back up to get. He reacted before the defenders did. That's for sure.
Look,
Jesus,
man.
I've seen milk turn quicker than he did there.
Look, I'm telling you, man. We're gonna try to slow it down as much as I can. I think that's how you do it, and I can only show this stuff. But the shot comes next. So this is the save. Look at the ball. Look at Pope. Where everybody knows Pope is the purple guy, just like Barney. So you see how slow it is. The ball is bouncing. The ball is bouncing. The ball is bouncing.
Slow motion.
No, the ball is bouncing. The ball is bouncing. Oh my God, man! It makes no sense. How did what's his name?
He's on the deck. He's lying on the deck. He's trying to crawl across and get to it.
Look, this is the ball. This is the bad save. Look where the center forward. What's his name? Beto. And look where he's at, and where Pope is at to catch this ball. I know the ball is going away from Pope, but look at where Beto is at, man. There's no excuse whatsoever. I mean, Wyn, what are you trying to excuse here? What was your point? That Pope needs to play?
What I'm saying is, it was a decent enough save.
Oh, fuck. Man, get out of here, man. Oh, my God.
That's poor. That's really poor from
Dude, what are you doing, man? You're just trying to go against me, right? That's fine. You just admit it, man. Because nobody is here. Guys, come on. Do me a favor.
Just because. I'll tell you what happened, right? Match of the day commentary.
I don't care what match of the day say. I care what I got to say.
And the commentator says, oh, what a howler by Pope. So everybody picks up on it.
No, it doesn't. No, you say again. Once again,
I'm not saying it was a great
watch it win.
I'm not saying it's the best save that's ever been.
Once again, you are acting as if fans are numpties, and we just listened to Alan Shearer say something. Matter of fact, I disagree with Alan Shearer, especially this week when he's been criticizing Woltemade for no reason. Just because the BBC says it, don't mean it's right. They're just a bunch of blokes who get paid to say the same thing we're talking about. So it's irrelevant. You know what I mean? So again. This is a howler, 100%. You just got to watch it like Iain says. Iain, come on, man.
You just have to watch it. No, you just have to watch it. It's not saved. It bounces off him. It's saved. Otherwise, it would be in his arms. And he would
I didn't say it was saved. I said it was saved.
With 10 minutes.
Oh, this
wasn't
is
saved.
good,
that makes it safe.
It wasn't. It was bad
The ball
bounce.
was stopped. That was all. He got in the way of it. He pretty should have gone with his feet. And he might have done better than that.
Yeah, well, probably because he would have probably.
I think he dived so far past it, it hits him in the bloody legs. So
he probably would have.
Shocking.
He would have dragged it all the way to the corner, if, or at least that way, if he would have gotten it with his legs, probably. Listen, man, I don't even know why we're talking about this for so long. It was a howler. It just is what it is. And now, interesting point by Tony there in the chat. An interesting point by Tony in the chat. Who's playing him on side? But at the end of the day, I don't know who shot. Well, it's a great shot.
Hold on. Yeah, you're on side. He's on side from the Everton player's shot, not the save. Right. As soon as the Everton player takes a shot, he can move forward.
Number 7.
You can see.
Number 7 there with the ball.
There, I mean, there ain't no offside trap there. You wouldn't step out any further than that.
Yeah, number 7. I don't know what his name was. Good shot, by the way. That
was gambling like a good centre forward should do.
It's Dwight McNeil. He's a bang average Premier League player.
Centre forward should do.
He's a bang average Premier League player, and every time he plays against Newcastle, he turns into Pele. We make him look like Pele.
Yeah. We got Warren Denny call us now. Warren, how are you, bud?
And I can't believe Irish Assassin doesn't know he's McNeil's.
Hey, Chris.
What's up?
How you doing, mate?
All right. It's just not much to really shout about, is there, at the minute?
Well, there's a lot to shout about, actually.
Ilanga, but no, in terms of entertainment.
Now we're going on about Ilanga, man. You see what I'm saying? Ilanga, well, he wasn't particularly great, but, it's just, he wasn't one of the worst players. Why do we, it's like default with some fans. We just criticize the same players over and over and over. Proving Mighty Wyn's point that just because one pundit criticizes one player, everybody follows suit. Go on, Iain, or whoever wants to.
It's hard
Ian,
not to criticize.
Well,
this is half
the problem, isn't it? You know what I mean? Once you start slagging a player off, and everybody jumps on board, and becomes like, you know, being a bit toxic.
Yeah, but don't you think that the manager messed up with the starting lineup?
Well, yeah, he did, but I think he's still just undecided of what the hell he wants to do, and I think that's the crux of the problem. You know what I mean? His indecisiveness and just go for a system and fully back it and with the team's consent, because the team seem as though they're a little bit, you know what I mean, disarranged by it all, and I think they just need a little bit of confidence. Go back to basics. Let's go back to the beginning.
But what's the basics? What are we going back to?
Well, the basics is just basically, like, you know what I mean, getting your passing right and getting your position right. You know what I mean? And don't make silly mistakes. Just concentrate on what footballers do, and that's passing the ball. It's quite simple, really. You know, and then the rest will come after that.
Yeah, I don't even know.
And you've got to start with the defence. Unfortunately, our defence is a little bit like, you know, it's a little bit all over the place at the moment. But having said that, that's where you start. You start with the defence. And I suppose you've got to look at everything in them terms, because when Moyes came back in, he galvanised everything, and he solidified all the like positions and the strengths, and that's how they play, and that's how they get results. Not that I want us to go down that road, but at the same time, it will be, you know what I mean, it will be a start just to get the confidence up, you know.
And this is the same Everton by the same Howe Moyes, by the way, that won a first trophy for years with West Ham, and West Ham fans hounded him out. How are they doing now? He's gone to Everton, and look what he's done at Everton.
What's he done at Everton? Be it mid-table.
He's not reinvented football, has he?
A lot of it's to do with expectation as well.
What are you on about, man?
Everton have been fighting relegation.
They expect bigger things.
But Everton shouldn't be fighting relegation, fool. So we shouldn't either. That's not something to celebrate. Everton is a big club. Newcastle is a big club. We can't be. No. We can't be celebrating not being relegated, man. Have some standards in your life, please. I beg you. I'm just asking. Like, we can't celebrate not being relegated. That's not a. What are you doing, man? He's not doing anything special. Everton are just Everton.
We're miles away from relegation, man. That's not a crying point now.
But I mean,
there's no way we're getting relegated. It's just a fact that it's so lackluster.
I don't even
think there's nothing to look forward to. There's nothing to, like, you know what I mean, talking before the game, expectations, talking after the games, didn't we really do well, and all our things are picking up. That's what we're missing, you know what I mean? We just need a little bit of, oomph.
Now, I mean, guys, you know, what's Moyes done? I mean, Moyes is a manager, is just a good manager, but what's he doing that's anything special? I don't understand him.
Till Moyes
went back that's the point I'm making. It's not something special. He's playing the players to the strengths, and he's got a system. I hate this word system, but he's got a system where they battle for each other and they cover each other, and that's their game. That's their game plan. It's not to everybody's taste. I get that, but at the same time, it's effective.
Well, it is. Maybe Eddie Howe should start with playing the players where they belong, as opposed to playing manager FC. Well, that's an issue as well.
This is part of the problem as well.
There you go. Warren, thank you for calling us, mate. Appreciate it.
Cheers, no problem. Enjoy.
See you.
Bye.
Take care. Call us now and have your say, folks. 0191-916-8864. So, I mean, matter of fact, we got better players. We got better squad, much better squad than Everton. So, I don't think that's... Come on, man.
Have we got a better squad than Everton?
Oh, come on. Of course we have. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Who would you swap apart from the keeper?
Well, there's a start.
Yeah, but no, hold on. Answer the question then.
Yeah.
Answer the question.
James Garner. James Garner is very good.
I think Brantford would do a job.
That's been very good.
I get our man.
Moyes has got the best out of him.
Yeah, well, that's not the player.
James Garner.
The moment you say the manager's got the best of him, that means you need the manager, not the player. And I'm not saying that would do this in this particular case. I'm just saying
he's giving him a confidence.
Yeah, but I mean, look, none of those players, man. You could argue the one that got hurt from Man City, but
just before we move on,
well,
that's as he pulls the trigger. He's pulling the trigger there, and Beto is actually running towards the ball. He's just laid it off to him.
I don't care who you want to argue against. Beto is nowhere near.
We have got 6 defenders there.
Right. First of all, Beto is running. Beto's got a target. The defenders can't. They have to look at everything else happening, man.
At that point, he's not even pointing the right way.
I think you kind of put Ramsey and Tonali there in the
conversation. It's basically
because, they're miles in front of him. But you're right. There should have been a better reaction from the back four.
Should have been a better reaction.
And it's a howler from Nick Pope. Both are true. There was a comment there from Irish Toon Assassin, I think, saying for the goal, Tonali was marking Branthwaite. Where I
the first goal.
Yeah, the header.
Yeah.
That's not good. There was nobody on the back post. From where I sit, right, which Chris, in the corner there, in the Gallagher.
Yep.
Like, every game we're getting the same sort of Groundhog Day feeling if the ball goes out for a throw into the opposition and somebody comes over and starts cleaning the ball on his shirt and you think they've got a long throw in that armoury, instantly you think, no, we can't deal with this. We concede from long throws. We panic. We give away important plays from this sort of position. And it's like, I think it's what I said before, back to basics. Just make sure you can deal with balls into the box. Make sure you set up right for corners and make sure, like, when you get the ball in danger positions in the final third, it goes away quickly and no farting around. Question for you all. Would you have accepted, right, if we'd have lost the game to Karabag the other night, if we'd have lost 2-0 or 3-1, but we'd have played really well on Saturday? Because he'd changed the team. If he'd kept the team, because last week I said on this show, he needs to pick 2 11s, one for Everton, and he needs to have that 11 training all week for Everton, and whoever's left over plays against Karabag. And it may be he might have to play like 1 or 2 blokes in both games because, the squad ain't that big. But would you have accepted losing that match, not the tie, but we were 6-1 up, would you have accepted losing that match if we'd have played well against Everton?
But that's why I don't think Eddie Howe believes that there is a exhaustion problem or players are tired. I don't think he believes that. Clearly, because with 6-1 and you don't change the lineup, the only player that you bring in is Murphy, that's young, that hasn't gotten any minutes, then you must not believe there's an issue with playing multiple games.
But I don't think the two are necessarily connected.
I don't necessarily believe that either.
I don't believe that anything that happened on Saturday was directly related to players having played on Tuesday. Now, if you're saying that by the not playing on
played,
you're saying
it's that he didn't spend the week training for Everton.
Yes, that's right. Which would have been the case anyway, regardless of who we played on Tuesday.
Right. So we got
11 off on Monday. The whole team could have had a week with the training. That's what Pete means. Could have been some tactics. Maybe they could have worked out how to play Woltemade at centre half against Everton.
Exactly.
Centre half will be coming next week. if they'd had a full week's training, which they never had all season since August, they could have actually worked something out. They worked out how to play the players in the right positions effectively.
I agree. Listen, we got Chris from London calling us back after the previous dust up, but now we're back to be friends. Chris, how are you, mate? Chris, you got to turn the TV down, mate. We can hear ourselves there. Chris, are you there?
I've had. Give me a minute. I've got to pause the TV.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah. I'm all right, mate. I just I haven't watched football in about a week and a half. My mum went to hospital, so I had to go take care of her, and I've got to go tomorrow as well.
Yeah, just make sure we watch your language. That's all. We don't want to get in trouble. Just watch your language. But other than that, go on.
I'll keep my language down, mate. Like I've just had to go with my mum. She had skin cancer, Chris.
No, yeah,
so I had to go with her and stuff like for operations. So I've only come to ask one question to all of you. Like, when is our manager going to grow a spine and just take accountability?
Well, I mean, about what particular situation are you speaking of?
About everything, mate. Like, there's no debate about Woltemade no more. Like, we look at every manager in this league. You got Arteta. We all call him a PE teacher, but the fact is, if you don't do what he wants, you're dropped. You don't play. You look at Pep. You don't do as you're told. You're dropped. You don't play. We got a manager that lets players tell him where they're going to play.
Well, we don't know that, do we? I mean,
well, we got one, mate. It's called Gordon.
Well, that you can make it that assumption. Now, I'm not on that particular case. Yeah, you're right. You can make that assumption. We don't know, obviously, but yeah, you can make that assumption.
But like, win. I asked you a question earlier on in the chat, but you never answered it. We have picked up 4 points out of 21. You said if we didn't finish the Champions League, that Eddie Howe has to leave. Now we can't get Champions League. We're lucky if we can even get the Conference League.
We are knackered.
Well, we are knackered.
So what are we fighting for? Apart from we got the worst draw, we got Barcelona. Now, they got an injury to a top player apparently, but
I would say we got the best draw.
Do we look like we're going to go there and do something?
Frankie de Jong is out. So, Wyn, you want to answer a question?
I think we're absolutely capable of doing Barcelona. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you can just say anything then. So that's why we're the best. You know, we are better than TalkSport.
I'm not saying we will do. I'm saying we're
I don't have to prove it.
I think that.
We are. You think we're better than TalkSport?
I didn't say we're better than Barcelona. I said
I'm in the boat, Chris, and I asked Jamie and all the others this, right? I'm in the boat of 5 games. We have 5 games coming up that none of them are easy. What we got? We've got Man United. We don't know how that's going to turn out. Then we've got to go. Is it Barcelona? No, it's Man City. Then Barcelona. Then Chelsea. Then Barcelona. How many points do you think we're going to get out of all those games?
Well, there's only one game that amounts to points. Oh, sorry,
you know what I'm saying? It's a 5 swing that will change our season.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good point.
Because if you think about it, right, we got 2 Champions League games. You lose them, you're out. We got an FA Cup game. You lose that, you're out. That means there's no Europa League football because at the moment Liverpool are sitting in the bottom Chelsea are sitting in the 7th position, the bottom Europa League position. We can't go to Conference League because I'll tell you this. And like my friends, their teams have been in it. It costs more money for Newcastle to actually travel to these games than they make in revenue for the bottom competition. The only reason why West Ham enjoyed it is because they've never won anything.
Well,
I mean, that's you know the fact that it costs.
Good points, Chris. And if you're a gambling man, you might back the results that you're predicting. However, if you've watched this Newcastle team this year, somehow in the Champions League they've got a completely different mentality.
They have, mate, but we saw the blueprint. Excellent. Come on, let's be honest. We saw the blueprint when we played Barcelona at home. It's like we missed so many chances in the first half, and I'll give the team that. They created enough chances, and we missed them. Yeah. And to be fair, Gordon's goal, we can all go and watch it. He fumbled his feet so much. I'm surprised he scored. Like, if they're going to play Rafinha, and remember, Lamine Yamal scored a hat-trick the other day, and he didn't play us in the first leg.
Going Ian?
No, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this Newcastle team's mentality is skewed. The players themselves are up. I wouldn't put it past them to lose 4-0 against Man U and then come out and beat Manchester City in the FA Cup. And then take a win.
But then are we going to beat Manchester City in the FA Cup? Because our total so far against Man City, we won the first game, we've lost the next 3. So there is no momentum in that. Yes, we beat them 2-1 early in the season, but they've slapped us every other game since.
But the major thing here is, lads, that regardless of, we could play good games if we wanted to, then we play atrocious, and we just go. So that's not good. None of that's good. Therefore,
Chris, did you manage to watch the second Carabao game?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Did you see Gordon?
Well, Gordon didn't start the second game.
The second half. Did you see Gordon?
I don't think he had a particularly good appearance, no.
He didn't look interested. He didn't look knackered. Yeah. He didn't even look like for a guy that said he wanted to get more Champions League goals, from what I saw in that second half, it didn't look like he was interested in getting one goal.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're arguing with the converted. I think that Gordon is a man of himself. He focuses on himself.
Me and you have had arguments about Woltemade, Chris, but at the moment, I'm so desperate to get points to improve from our first season under Eddie Howe. Mate, 49 points in our first season, and we're sitting on 36 after 28 games. Mm-hmm. With 750 million spent.
Yeah. It's not good, is it?
We're diabolical.
Well, there's no argument really. When he'll say that you'll win the Champions League, but there's no base or anything like that. But Jamie, what do you think about what Chris is saying? Do you agree, disagree?
I think I definitely agree that this next 5, and I would put the Sunderland game in, which could be pretty toxic, as being a big part of that run. But it's kind of part of the problem in a way that they could beat Manchester City because they can just turn it on the day they're capable. They're capable of pulling out these good performances. Barcelona without De Jong and without Pedri, who ran the show, he's coming back from injury. They could give them a game because they're capable. But then the bread and butter games like we saw on Saturday, they show how disinterested, how incapable they can be. And it's either a mixture of the build-up across the whole season and them not being able to cope with that many games, not being able to manage it, or it's just run its course and they've just, the heads aren't in it anymore. But I totally agree, this month is make or break. To an extent, I'm not even that bothered about the league games with Man United and Chelsea.
Jamie, can I ask you a question? And I'd like the other lads to answer.
Yeah.
Is it wrong for a fan to want a manager that actually has an idea where we're going? Is it wrong for me as a fan to think, after how bad we were at the end of last season and how bad we've been this season, we haven't won 3 league games in a row.
No,
that's in 28 games.
That's a commonly held
embarrassing
misconception that we were bad at the end of last season. We weren't bad at the end of last season.
Yes, we were. Wyn, hang on. I watched you in the earlier show, and you said about how good we were last season. I could get Chris to deter and prove to me I'm right. But at the beginning of last season, we didn't show up until the end of November.
Oh,
the end of last
season. You picked out the parts where we were good, that 11-game run and the cup final. But you never picked out how for the last 3 seasons, we've started off terrible.
Well, that's true as well.
The thing is, you could do that with any season. I've been there through them all. The Keegan years, the Robson years. There was ups and downs. No way will I hear anything said last season was the best. We got direct in the Champions League. We won a cup. And I think there was a little bit of a tail off in the last sort of few weeks when we won 1 out of the last 5, I think. When we beat Chelsea.
Yeah, it was. Jamie. It was after that. It was after that Chelsea win when Jackson got sent off, Yeah, we ended up playing Arsenal, and it just went all downhill from there.
And we could have come second.
And it went downhill in pre-season, and then it carried on through the season. This season, it's like an everlasting form that just carried on. Like, pick up a win here, blah, blah, blah. It's like, when did we beat Tottenham?
Right. So just for your
and then the last win before that, I'm asking Jamie. The last win before that was Leeds, right, Jamie?
Leeds. Yeah, well, in the league, yeah.
Yeah.
Leeds,
so the constant form is win one, mess up, win one, mess up, get a draw, lose another two, and then that's where we are now.
It's the best start.
Right. So this is Newcastle's games after the cup final last season.
No, but you're going to go by results. We've
had this conversation 3 weeks ago. You're trying to bring up facts that would defend how bad we are. The fact is, mate, you blatantly came in after the Man United game and said Eddie Howe out. Then you changed your mind to if we're in top five. Mate, we are 15 points behind the top five. There is 10 games left.
Well, listen.
You're saying we were poor after the cup final.
Chris is right. There you go.
After the cup final, beat Brentford 2-1, beat Leicester 3-0 away.
Yeah, but again, win.
I said after the Chelsea game, you're not listening, Chris. Just Jamie, I said after the Chelsea game, right, when Jackson got sent off. Yeah, that's what I said. Win. I didn't say anything else, but after the Chelsea game.
There you go. So you're not answering the questions. That's why he's a bad politician, actually. But you're not answering the question.
We only played 2 games after the Chelsea game.
We lost them.
We played Arsenal away.
By the way, Wyn. We lost 2. We lost 2 out of 2 the last 2. We lost 5 or 6 in pre-season, and we've struggled all the way through this season. What Chris is saying is absolutely right.
Thank you.
There's no progression.
It's a fact.
Whatsoever.
I will defend the manager if I see something that I believed in him. I told Chris I believed in him. I believed in everything he was telling us. But the fact is, our season can't be defended.
One at a time. Go on, Iain.
Now that Eddie Howe has resorted to, it seems, plucking names out of a hat and playing them in the slot that he was choosing for by picking players to play in completely the wrong position, that isn't going back to basics. The players themselves will be wondering what the hell's going on. They'll have lost faith.
Is it true the last time we saw Joe Linton play left midfield was our first season when we got in the Champions League?
Let Iain respond.
Because Gordon couldn't adapt when we signed him. We signed Gordon in January. We tried him out. He couldn't adapt. So we put Joe Linton on the left.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't seen that since then. No. And age has crept into our squad.
As a left winger, you mean?
We can all believe these players are amazing, but we got a 30-year-old Joe Linton. We got a 36-year-old in September who's going to be Kieran Trippier. If we give him another 2-year deal, he'll leave this club when he's 38 years old.
Well, he scored. Hey, listen, Trippier's scoring off the pitch, though. He's doing great off the pitch.
We know that, mate.
Ginesta, thank you for a super chat. The caller spoke sense every time he called in 100%. There you go. And we're going to leave it on that note, Chris.
Right.
You're 100% right.
No, that's fine, mate. I've got to go out in the morning anyway, mate. I just thought I'd ring because, like I said, I'm done with the Voldemort argument. Just put him up front and see what he can do for us this season because we can't be any worse than we are. But the fact is, Chris, I look at all the top managers who we want to be like, and they have one rule. If you don't fit my system, if you don't do what I'm asking you on the pitch, you come off and someone else will play there. We've got to stop being a favourites team and start going out. Like, Chris, we could buy a 20-year-old young midfielder for £12 million. Tottenham signed Bergvall. Yes, he's injured, but we've seen how good he is.
Yeah.
Like, that's £12 million. We need to spend all this big money on replacing players. We really don't.
Yeah.
Holding up Tottenham as an example has undermined an argument that fits our team.
Well, your argument was going by Tottenham are not doing particularly well. But either way, a lot of people think you're right anyway, Chris. Chris, thank you for calling us, mate. Appreciate you very much. Much love.
That's all right. You guys have a good evening. I'm going to bed now.
All right, mate. Take care.
See you later.
Have a good one, buddy. Have a good one. So that was Chris. There are a lot of people agree with Chris, and sometimes a lot of people don't. So it is what it is. Call us now and have your say, though. Whatever you want to say, this is the channel of unfiltered, uncensored opinions of Newcastle United. So there you go. 0191 916 8864. Super chat in the building as well. Paul Wright, Steve Bruce never lost 4 games in a row at home. If we lose, Wyn, come on, man. It's right there, man. If it disappears, click show again, mate.
We're going there.
What it said was, if we lose to Man U, that's 4 losses in a row. We've already got 4 consecutive home losses.
And I will make the time.
It's 5 with Man United, and it'll be 6
Jamie doesn't
with
complain
Sunderland.
about it. Okay, let me read the super chat. Steve Bruce never lost 4 games in a row at home. If we lose to Man U, that's 4 losses in a row. That's embarrassing, according to Paul Wright. Thank you very much, mate.
What's it for?
It's 5.
What's it for?
It's 5, I think.
What do you mean what's it for?
Carver was the manager who lost 4 in a row. So Eddie Howe will be able to set a new record.
We've lost to Brentford, Everton, and Villa.
Aston Villa. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm counting Man United on Wednesday and Sunderland next week. It'll be 5.
That's a very optimistic take, which I appreciate. Boaky with the super chat there.
I've flip-flopped completely after that game on Saturday, Chris. I have flip-flopped completely.
No, but that's not flip-flopping. That's coming to your realization.
Howe is a manager who has developed players fantastically. First 3 years, won a cup, brilliant. He's not developed any players this year, has he? He seems to have taken away any ability from Wisser. He making Woltemade, playing him in midfield, look like he should be playing a different sport. Murphy, where's he gone? He's not improved anymore. I mean, maybe it was magic and it's wearing off, but he's not developing players at all.
Boaky says free win is custard jelly in the home tonight. There you go.
I think his time is done.
Thank you, Boaky. Ooh, really?
I'm in the out now.
Oh my God! That's breaking news, by the way.
I feel so let down by what happened against Everton. I was already annoyed having sat through the Brentford game, and I was encouraged by the clear the air chat and the results that came through. But then when you look at it, after you see how they turn and play Everton at home again. Yeah, they've beaten Karabakh twice. They've beaten Villa, who've got 10 man, and they've beaten Spurs, who, let's face it, Spurs are not.
It's just who we are, mate.
It's just who we are. Beaten anyone.
But that's the thing that I just don't understand. And I mean, you have to. Unfortunately, listen, it's life, man. When something doesn't go right, you got to blame the one that's in charge, and he's in charge. Well, you can't tell me that all these players are rubbish.
It's a motivation thing. It's a motivation thing. The team get themselves up to play in the cup matches. But they just don't give a monkeys when they're playing in league games, even in front of 50-odd thousand at St James's Park.
I don't know why. I don't know why we don't play good in games that we should be winning, that we should be performing. We just don't, and I don't know. I have no clue. Becca says, "Keep winning, Joe, indefinitely, please." Just because. There you go. Win back in the hole. It doesn't take much anyway from your rubbish takes, but there you go. I mean, there's no situation, there's no excusing what happened against Everton. I mean, that's just it's incredible. But media outlets, journalists in particular, writing pieces, talking, even Alan Shearer coming out and blaming or criticizing Woltemade. I think is uncalled for. I think is sad. I think that scapegoating this player for what reason, apparently, I don't know. Because Alan Shearer, for example, let's talk about the main guy that went viral yesterday for his criticism of Woltemade. And I criticized him, of course, when it came to that. Because I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I mean, because if that's the first person you got to talk about, after when you're gonna analyze a loss, I mean, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. There's many other reasons that you need to talk about instead of starting with Nick Woltemade. I mean, especially Alan Shearer. He was a striker. We would never know what Alan Shearer would be as a midfielder simply because he would have never done it. He would have never took one for the team and said, "I'm not gonna play midfielder. I'm a striker. I'm gonna score goals. Give me the ball and I'll score." And of course, we're comparing a legend to somebody that's just starting. But we would see if Alan Shearer at 22 would say, "I'm not going to do what the manager tells me to," Because I doubt it.
But Alan Shearer, when he was playing up front, he'd have been on the penalty spot. He'd have been in the penalty box. Nick Woltemade playing up front is constantly dropping into midfield to get the ball anyway. And I think I agree with you. He should not be scapegoated, but he's not been playing well. He's one of many who's not been playing well. And he looks very lost. He looks like, there's a bit of figuring out to do. And hopefully, I hope he stays and next season it gets figured out and we find his position. But you can't hide from the fact he's not led the line well and he's not played well.
Yeah, you need a manager who's going to play number 10 to get the best out of Woltemade.
How many?
I think so.
Yeah, but we do have. But the thing is, it's not like we got to buy a 10 and then we'll see. We have players that can play back there. We have players.
I think Ramsey could do it. I think
Barnes can do it.
I think Willett could do it. Barnes,
even Wissa can do it if he needed to.
Just needs somebody. Well,
needs somebody to play with. Somebody to play with. That's all he needs. And a lot of the Germany boss came out and spoke about, asked about Woltemade, of course, and he mentioned, I don't expect him to score 15 goals in Newcastle and then shoot us to a World Cup title. He's welcome to do that, but it would be extraordinary. I told him only last week to stay relaxed, and we have trust in him. And some Newcastle fans on social media read this quote and basically compared these quotes to what's happening at Newcastle, as if this is the way we should be bigging him up. We should calm the situation down, as opposed to doing the other way, which is blaming for the war in Iran, more or less. So I think that we need to see him as a talent, as a young talent that has done great for the chances that he has created. Here, Jamie, you're talking about Woltemade hasn't played well. Perfect. How many chances has he been given in front of goal and he's missed? Because if it was a lot, if we were creating sitters for him and he missed every one of them, then I would be the first one to tell you he's rubbish. But we haven't done that.
You could go back through so many games he played in where like Murphy or Barnes is sent a ball into where the centre forward should be and he's not even in the box. That's what he's not doing. It's not that like...
He's
not Chris Wood. No one will pass to him. He's not in the centre forward position.
Our team and the wingers should be coached to get closer to him and play inside. That's what he does. He holds the ball up and he slips them in. He did it brilliantly for Murphy against Qarabağ. That's what he can do. Hold, turn, play a little ball no one's seen coming to put somebody straight through. That's him, the pivot at the very front. Creative. It's no good racing down the wing and banging a great big cross in and expecting him to be up with the... He's not that. He's not the Isak that stays up with the game. He's not. And the fact that we've put so many hundreds of crosses in with nobody in the middle shows just how bloody disorganised Newcastle have been all season. They've got one playing. You take Isak out of that. They haven't changed yet. They haven't changed how they used to play with Isak.
And then you'll get Wyn saying correct, because he's hoping, I guess, that Isak's going to come back and say, hey, it's not working here in Liverpool, so buy me back, and then we'll start winning another Carabao Cup again. I'm assuming that's the strategy, because he's gone, so I don't know what we're waiting on. We got 69 on Woltemade now, and we bought Wissa, who, again, Wissa has pace, supposedly, has agility, should be doing this job, but he can't. So which one is it? Gordon experiment only worked for 2 games.
Well,
so go on then.
I'm still waiting for Wissa
against second-class opposition
to get fit. Because by all, when we had Luke Edwards on, he was saying he'd seen the metrics, the medical metrics, saying that he was, 5 pounds overweight and
but that's not a
way of full fitness.
That's not.
If that's true, right? If that's true, and Wissa was so desperate to come here because he's a big Papa Cisse fan, how has he not lost his weight now? I mean, he came back in November, and we're into March. He's had 4 months to shed a few pounds, or to at least get fit. Maybe turn it into muscle, bulk up a little bit. What is he doing? Why is he not fit yet?
Yeah, but we
crazy. It is absolutely crazy.
Wyn, we can't sit here and just take whatever is given to us and that's it. Let's just ride with the wind. That's not what we do here in this channel. We're critical thinking channel. So we can't just take an answer. Oh, I don't know. He's not fit. We'll wait until he's fit. When is he going to be fit? I don't know. When he's fit. I mean, no, this is unacceptable. A footballer in today's day and age cannot be 5 pounds overweight. He can't be. I don't care how hurt you got. It just can't happen. Matter of fact, it really doesn't happen anymore. It happened back in the day when you were growing up, but because players were just doing whatever they wanted. They would have a tab. The goalkeeper would have a tab while the team was attacking. But nowadays, it's you can't do that. It's unacceptable. So, Jamie, if you believe this, well, let me ask you: if he's not fit, he shouldn't be. I mean, he should be fit. That can't be an excuse.
If he's not fit, he should be fit. Yeah, it's taken too long. He's obviously had a setback lately, hasn't he? But it's, you know what? It's kind of the same conversation in different ways. Trippier's too old. Shea, Byrne, Joe Linton are maybe all getting past their best. Wissa's not who you want as your first choice striker. You maybe put him as the Asula role. We need a new goalie. We need cover at fullback. We basically need full squad surgery. And, you know, you could go through all those positions, but there's got to be a big job done in the summer to completely revamp the squad. And the question is, the way I've looked at it all season is, Howe's got to deliver something this season to prove that he can oversee that revamp. And I feel that with the sporting director in, with, you know, a full setup, it could go better. But I expected him to either get Europe or win one of the cups, and he needs to win, I would say, the FA Cup to salvage this season, because otherwise we're going to come 13th. We're going to be out of the cups by March. It's a disaster.
The expectations right now, you see, Wyn, you're the only one not waking up, mate. You're the only one not waking up. Iain is already on the dark side. Jamie's already starting to put really tough, because we got City, man. Really tough expectations. And we got Paul from Wolverhampton calling us now. And the second yam that we got on the channel, usually. Paul, how are you, mate?
Get out of here. I'm good, mate. Thanks. See you.
Yeah, we're doing good, but what do you think about the game? I know you are not a happy bunny right now with this situation.
Yeah, I'm all right. First of all, I'd want to say I agree with Wyn on the goal.
Right.
On it not being wholly down to Pope.
No, the defenders was asleep. They was in front of Beppo and they fell asleep and he ran in front of them and clear. They should have been wide awake. Don't get me wrong, it was a mistake by the goalkeeper, but they should be ready for that sort of thing. And I agree with you, Wyn. They should have been on the ball, run in front and cleared it. Beppo was behind them and he ran in front of them to clear that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, what do you think? What do you think on the just the whole situation?
Number two. Come on, we played a midfielder on left wing. We played a striker in midfield, and we played a left winger up front. Now that is a management problem. That is a management problem. Yeah, you know, he's bought these players and he's playing them all out of position. So, to me, that is bad management.
Yeah, well, Wyn, you got something to say?
I think by the time Murphy scored, he was playing right back as well, and he's not a right back. We did have a right back on the bench. Come on, and
Boaky wanted him playing left back.
Well, look, Wyn, you got something to say? Come on, man.
Well, I'm saying,
show your stones now. Have some stones.
What everybody's saying that right now.
You're not saying what everybody's saying. Trust me.
There's something going on, something going awry with
the
management, with motivation. It's not all season at all.
We have been giving up leads all season. Paul, come on, help me out, man.
I just think that
it is all season. It is all season, Wyn. How many league games?
Players, when
How
they
many league
see
games
that
have we
team
been up
sheet and
for?
they're told where they've got to play, they are not happy. And I think, what the hell's this? Joelinton went up to Eddie Howe and told him it's not working. It's not working.
I didn't see that
And
part.
that's when Eddie Howe changed and put Joelinton back into midfield and Woltemade up front. It comes to something when the midfielder, the right winger has got to tell the manager this is not working.
Yeah, well, again, I'm always a bit wary about all of this. Apparently, there was an altercation between Eddie Howe and J7 on the pitch on Saturday. I didn't see it. You know,
well, it's nap time for you
there or whatever. But because somebody's commented on it, everybody, and I guarantee nobody saw it. Or very few people saw it if it happened.
But the problem with you is
because somebody said it, everybody jumps on and says it's absolute fact.
The thing is, you think the fans are daft.
Okay, then, Wyn, but whether it was true or not, it was a fact. It was a fact. It wasn't working. Whether Joelinton said it or not, it was a fact.
Well,
I agree. But it had been working, albeit against 10 men Villa that everybody brings up and against a former side. But it had been working. And it began not to work. It was seen not to work against Everton. So he tried to change it. He put Woltemade up top.
Yeah, but 4-3-3 again?
Sorry,
he did a 4-3-3 again.
No, I'm sorry. No, that was management panic stations to me.
I agree.
He was panicking. He didn't know what to do. And he asks that stupid twat, sorry about the language, but he asked that mad dog who hasn't got a clue about Premiership football, about European football, and his staff have got no clue. And he asks them, and they say, "Oh yeah, I'll bring a Sula on,
Well,
and we'll bring some of the fairies on to sort this out." This is a joke.
It certainly didn't look promising. What the changes were made when I saw Osula come on, I was just like, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what it was for. It was probably late. It was just game felt over by that time. I mean, I never felt, quite honestly, I never felt as angry to the point where I was tearing up. That's how angry I was watching this. I mean, and it's just without the type of anger where you want to fight somebody and you tearing up. Yeah, well, I was that, and I hadn't felt that since the Ashley era, because it would just be,
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it was a pity about Ramsey going off, because I thought he was man of the match first half.
Yep,
well,
agree.
I don't know what was going on. He was going, but.
I thought he was man of the match first half. I thought Joelinton played well as much as he could. He was running about like a madman, trying to do everything, and he was playing out of position. And I just think that at the end of the day, this is a management problem. He was running out of ideas, and he tried everything. He tried everybody out of position. I mean, come on. How many players are playing out of position? You got Dan Burn playing at left back. You got Miley playing at right back. They're all playing out of position all season. I know you might say it's injuries and that, but that game against Pat Cowderbag, at one time we was 8-1 up, and he still didn't bring on that Shahar, I think he's the right back. He still left Trippier on. He didn't bring on the one up front. I forgot his name as well.
Wizard?
Sula?
No, the other one.
Neve. Sean Neve.
And then you got that left back as well, that young kid. He could have played. It was 8-1 up. Give him a rest. Kieran Trippier's knackered. Dan Burns knackered. These players are knackered. and then he complains about too many games in a week. We're playing 3 games in a week, yet he keeps playing the same players in the week.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys?
I don't think they look physically tired, though.
No,
I think they
that's
look
the
mentally
point.
tired.
It doesn't matter what they look. It doesn't matter what they look. You use management discretion.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they look. You use management discretion. You think, hold on, we're 6-1 up or 8-1 up. Let's give these players. I need them for the weekend. Never mind whether they don't look tired or not. Use your discretion. But he doesn't. What did he do? Who did he bring on against Karabakh? Just ask yourself, who did he bring on about Karabakh? He brought on the players who normally play week in, week out.
Well, that was because Botman went off injured, so we didn't have another centre half. So Alex Murphy had to go to centre back. Only centre back we had.
With 8-1, they're coming back.
Listen, we gotta go. But Paul, thank you for calling us, man. Appreciate you very much.
All right, mate. No problem.
It was a good call. I agree with you in many ways. And cheers, man. Thank you very much.
As there saying we've had only fools and horses, Baker Grove and Picky Blinders.
I'll tell you what. Let's go with the chat and see what's going on there with the starred comments, because there's a few nice ones out there, and let's go there. I think we do got a super chat coming in though from Becca. Let Wyn out of jail now. I feel bad, so we're gonna let him out effective immediately. Please put him back because we need him. We need some justice around here. Meanwhile, you can call us now and have your say. 0191-916-8864, ladies and gents. Thank you, Becca. Still bad dad Sean says they are accepting a wage for nothing. They need to earn their living, not just ride the wave. He also says Eddie Howe has hit the Bournemouth limit. We were warned. And by the way, Sean was a happy clapper once upon a time, just like Iain, just like you know what I mean. Well, Jamie not crossed the line yet, but you might as well cross the line if you're putting the FA Cup as an expectation. I mean, that's what not good. So he also says, Wyn, open your eyes, mate. Even more, open your mind. Stop blanking things. Exactly. Wyn, can you just realize, man, that you're knackered? I mean, what's going on, mate? You want to admit to that?
Did he hear what I said at the start of the year?
Well, that's why we're telling you to change your mind, man. Because you're knackered.
I've still got every faith in every word I say.
Okay.
But just not as good as people think we are.
So then that's a statement. That's fine. So we are then where we should be. We're 13th. We're below the Mackhams. That's our position, right?
No,
that's our standard.
Which should be better than that.
So are we underachieving or we're not? Which one is it?
For a change, we're underachieving, having overachieved for 4 years.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
That's true, and there's no guarantee. I think the thought that's never finished is, what do people think we can do?
Finish in Europe.
What is there? What is there at the club to think that this will be better next year with a different manager? Because Chris Caller earlier made the point of, like, these managers who change a team week in, week out, because they've got an extra 300 million quid to spend on a second team to have in and out.
Yeah, but we had an extra 250 million. We had an extra 250 million. We can't complain about money, man.
That's where we are where we are.
So the problem is not money. The problem is who spent it.
So we've gone from never having a bad signing in the first 4 years to suddenly having what looks like it could be a really bad window. And 250 million. Go away with your 250 million.
So at best, you should be where you were before, right? And we've regressed. So
like I said, we had arguably 5 quality players last season who would get into any team. We've been without Isaac for the full season. We've been without Livramento for half the season. We've been without Lewis Hall for a bit of the season. Tonali has been there all the time. Fair enough, nearest, damn it. And Bruno
Tonali was
been without it for another 5. So,
and can we agree that Tonali was amazing against Everton? And just unfortunately, one man against 11 can't work. So the rest didn't turn up.
Could have picked up Brantwaite.
I think Tonali's performance against Everton shows you that Tonali's performance against Everton shows you that you can play against Karabakh and then still have the energy. But a performance.
Well, 100%, 100%. This is my rule. I would be I would be playing the best team every day until they're tired. Simple. Once they're tired, I pluck you out, put a fresh one in, but keep the same and put players where they need to play. And tonight, by the way. That's the thing, though. People would have forgotten all about this.
Doesn't work with a 60 and 70 game season.
Look,
you can't just put the same 11 out every week.
We don't. How do we know? One thing is for certain: changing them up, changing them up is not working. Changing them up is not working.
But Man City have got 2 and 3 teams. They never put the same 11 out. That's not how we approach it.
But maybe because they can.
It hasn't worked.
But maybe because they can.
Now
and
you're
if
it.
that's
They've got an extra 400 million
no. But if that's the issue, hold on. If that's the issue, my friend, then rest players against Karabakh when you're 6-1 up. I'm not buying that nonsense now.
That's what he said.
So no, he didn't, man. No, he didn't. What are you on about? He put Murphy. That's the only player that doesn't play ever. And Shahar, the last 4 minutes. Win. Come on, man. Don't do this, man. Listen, I will give you a break so you can breathe, drink some water.
There were 6 changes against Everton from
No. Who? Don't tell me a change. Just say who came in and who got off the team. I want to know. Don't tell me what player got an opportunity that never plays.
Hall came in.
Yeah, he's a starter.
Byrne came in. Ramsey came in. Elanga came in. And Gordon came in from the starting 11 against Karabakh.
Okay.
Let's go with some comments, folks. Irish Tunis has in the Premier League. If they screw this up with the Man City Chargers, they are a number of clubs ready to sue the Premier League. I guess maybe that was from earlier. Christopher says, win is just, okay. Did you answer the question from Connor? The cup runs hide in the big issues on the pitch. The cup runs.
Well, that certainly helped disguise it. There's no doubt about that. Because if we hadn't had the cup runs, it would have been
I think it's revealing the schizophrenics in the squad.
Mm-hmm.
The schizophrenics in the squad that love the cups and can't be asked with the league.
There you go. Call us now. Have your say, by the way, 01919168864.
Bottom line is, if that's the case, then that, unfortunately, that's down to the manager. If he can't get the attitude right, then then it's there's only one place to point the finger.
Endo says, Chris, you need to replace Wyn. We're working on it, man. We're working on it. Don't you worry. Gavin Fuller says, what was Gordon doing in the right back position for his usual gift he gives scouts teams? Ooh, give me the boo, give me the booze, give me the boo. Oh, wait, man. Is that because that's
Everton selection? With that Everton selection, Howe might have moved him to right back, actually. Just to see
because I want to touch on that. We got more comments, and then I will give Jamie time to answer this question because he brought up something that he can't perform against Everton. I don't usually buy those theories, but however, I'm going to ask you this so you can think, what are you meaning about that? You say, he's a Liverpool fan, so he should be able to play against Everton. I mean, what are you really wanting to say? But I'm going to give you in a minute. Let me finish the comments. We got a super chat there, Wyn. So bring it up. Which one is it?
Release the senile old bugger. Give the man a second chance.
There you go.
Your wish is my command.
Has been granted. Travoy there says, Chris Barney would have said that. Pope is a disgrace that has cost us so many points. That's true as well. He's cost us many points.
That's Tony, you saying purple.
Who are the two idiots playing him on side? Well, again, I think we talked about that. So they had to be. I mean, there's no choice. Travoy Wyn, look at the save from behind the goal, and then you can see that a massive howl. That's a massive howler, and the schoolboy.
And you can also see from the view behind how bad the defenders were. I'm not saying Pope shouldn't have done better. All I'm saying is he's not wholly to blame for that goal.
Okay.
The same way as Anthony Gordon isn't wholly to blame for the winner.
Well, I don't put too much blame on him, but on that particular play. But that's just my opinion. Lee says, Travoy, Wyn has glasses, and it doesn't help him. Geniesta, where would we be without Bruno G this season? Certainly below Spurs. No. Where would we be? Because goals actually matter. Not throw your hands up and all that. That's subjective. It can, but we have to converse on how and why. But what is factual are goals. And without Woltemade's goals, where would we be?
Where would we
the
be?
Scapegoat and the witch hunt. The witch hunt. Yeah, that's a lot less than Woltemade. So the witch hunt needs to stop. Somebody have mercy on this kid. Please, especially starting with the bald one and the panel. Gavin Fuller, Wyn sees no evil, speaks no evil. There you go. Also, Iniesta, Miley even played as a center back rather than Alex Murphy, who was actually a center back. And he did well, by the way, when he played center back in that particular game. Which, it's just crazy. You just got to play them, man. It's that simple. Northumbrian said, when the Joe Linton issue with how it was televised, you best go to Specsavers. There you go.
Right, there you go.
There you go. I'm just saying, when you just come here and take L's, man. At some point, you got to give up. I mean, that ball that Gordon lost, I don't blame. Well, actually, no, Jamie, you gotta answer my question. So, what do you mean about Gordon and how he can't play against Scouser teams? I mean, what are you trying to say? Be upfront and say the truth, man. Don't hide.
I didn't say Scouse teams. I said Everton. I mean, I know he got sent off against Liverpool, but he scored at Anfield. He scored against Liverpool last year. But okay, how did we get on against Everton last year?
Well, he gave up a penalty, didn't he? He missed the penalty.
He missed a penalty down there, and then he played 90 minutes in a game where we lost at home when Champions League was on the line. How many minutes did he play when we beat him 4-1 at the Hill Dickinson earlier this season, Chris?
Well, the first one, we won. We played great, actually, but I can't remember.
How many minutes did Gordon play? He
He
came on as an injury time substitute with the score at 4-1. So we won that. The only time we've beaten Everton in the last 3 years was when he wasn't involved. The last time we beat Everton, we beat him 4-1 again at Goodison Park when Isaac went on that mazy run. And once again, he came on in injury time. He has had chance after chance for someone who prides himself on mentality to play against a club that he left under a cloud, and he should be up for it. You see it time and time again that players come against their old club and they have a point to prove. And the fact that we have got such a bad record against its team, like Wyn said before, a team that normally is down the bottom, a team that is not a good Premier League team season on season, and we cannot beat them. And it's often him in a prominent position and not delivering. He's never delivered against Everton. And that hanging on to the ball, it's not the right headspace. He's thinking, I've got to do something, and they take it off him. Just needed to welly that ball away, settle down after the second goal, and I think we would have won the game. I think we would have won from 2-2 if he just wellies that clear and lets us get on with it and regroup. And that was just unforgivable.
His attitude for me was, I'm going to go on and win this for now. He cocked it up. Wait. Out about it.
How's he going to win the game as a right back?
Because he was trying to bring it out.
Proves it.
Hey, man, this is insane, man. I have never seen somebody defend so much crap like you do. I mean, you come up with some takes that are just crazy.
I can remember as a 9-year-old, was that the first time I had a football coach? What you got told straight away at that age, you're at most at risk at conceding a goal just after you've scored. So do that. Even if you're putting it out for a throw-in, just for a minute or two, just to get things steady again, then start playing again.
We were too far up, man.
But we did it twice. Twice we conceded straight after we'd scored. And we did it against Brentford as well. It was like the bloody Groundhog Day. honestly, I'm there on Wednesday night. I'm dreading it.
Yeah, and well, it was criminal. But by the way, speaking of Tonali, because I watched the highlights over and this is the issue though that some fans have. They have tunnel vision, and Tonali could have equalized this game with a volley that came from just. I mean, it was if that would have been a goal, one of the Premier League's goal of the month, potentially goal of the season.
Yeah,
because that smack. I mean, was just insane, and I mean, it was a wonderful save, by the way. I mean, that save was just a save and a half from what's his name, and
of course, if it's Morgan Rogers, Chris, it goes in the top corner and he gets nowhere near it.
Wow, Howe, man, that was a wonderful strike. I mean, that was a miss. That was a miss.
It was.
That was a miss.
It was, but it was at a decent height, and it wasn't right in the corner. That's why he saved it. Like it.
What? Well, he did have to stretch for it though. He had to stretch for it though.
Great save. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Fabulous strike. Fabulous save. The same strike 2 weeks earlier had gone in at Aston Villa. What a good goal that was. But what I'm saying is, it wasn't a perfect strike at all.
I guarantee you, Pickford's hand's still ringing right now. So, but the thing, if that goes in, the Mighty Wyns of the world, there's many of them, by the way, unfortunately, that you see, they would have gone with the score, and that's just covering the sun with one finger, man. That's hiding what happened, and you can't allow that because some people just focus on the score, and you can't. Not playing like that. Giving up leads like that is just embarrassing. So, listen, we're probably going to turn up against Man United. We're probably going to get it done. I'm not saying we won't. I don't know, though. War Kid coming back. War Kid, man, he is doing proper work from Wall's End, baby. You know who's War Kid, Jamie?
Yeah, it's Michael Carrick, isn't it?
You can be a little more happy when you can be a little. You could be a little more excited when you talk about War Kid. You know what I mean? We gotta celebrate Geordies out there, man.
He's not War Kid.
Why wouldn't he be?
He's their kid.
No. He grew up in Newcastle. He went to school with Boaky. He wanted to be a Newcastle United player just because they didn't want him. They knackered him. They kicked him to the curb down in London. That's not his fault.
Well, he chose West Ham.
No, he didn't, man. Newcastle did not want him. Stop lying, Jamie. You know what? Don't do that. Jamie, no, don't say nothing. Don't do that because your son will play football. And in order for him to follow that dream, if Newcastle kick him to the curb, he might have to follow his dream somewhere else. And you're going to be sitting here saying the same thing. Because Wyn is knackered. Chris has got another profession. He's knackered.
No, Chris, you jump to the wrong conclusions here because I think you're forgetting that, I'm a little more well-connected and my wife's from Wall's End.
There you go.
Just so
listen, man. There's no need to diminish.
And far too intelligent, by the way, to allow your son to go to Newcastle's academy currently.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He'd rather go to the Mackham one. So I'm just saying.
There was a scout at one of his games the other week, and he played absolutely terrible. So we ain't getting in that academy. When you're thinking, not today, mate, not today. Save that stinker for next week. But these things happen.
I'm just saying, show some respect on Michael Carrick. Proper, one of the great midfielders, was part of that amazing Man United golden era. England, one of England's best center backs, went to World Cups. So Wyn. He's a Geordie, man. I would never.
Man United, Sean
let me tell you something. Here we go. Hey, you guys agree with him? He said Sean Longstaff is better than Michael Carrick.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Oh, you said they're the same.
He said he was Manchester United's Sean Longstaff.
Are you mad right now?
He was probably the worst player in the team.
Wyn, I think you got color right, man.
And whatever he was doing was having an effect.
Wyn, I think
Longstaff did with us.
I think you got color right, man. You got something from way back in the day that's knackered in you right now. I mean, come on, man. Don't disrespect people like that again, man.
I never rated him.
Yeah, I think the thing is, I think Michael Carrick, a great Northeast export, and I'm really
100%.
pleased with how well he did with his whole career. But I think when anybody comes up under the Man United badge,
well, listen,
you don't own them anymore.
Well, of course, I mean, you're not going to wish him well. You certainly want to beat him, no question about it. But I'm just saying, listen, it don't happen often. We can't claim too many. And I'm saying, I'm American, but I still no. Well, you don't, but we can't claim. Listen, if you don't claim Michael Carrick, I don't want you claiming Gaza, because Gaza, he does it. He just came to Newcastle like 2 days ago, and he did a little something here. But every time he goes anywhere, any interview, he never bigs Newcastle up at all. They always get him in because he's wild as a buck, but that's about it. He never recognizes Newcastle.
Thank God
he never recognizes him.
The thing about Gaza is he played for us and he did well for us and he made £2 million for us.
Well, listen, man. I'm just saying.
And that was when £2 million was £2 million, by the way.
Come my house back then.
Foxy says Newcastle didn't focus on the youth when Carrick was a kid. One of the most underrated players in English football. He would be respected as a player so much more if he was Spanish. Carrick was great, man. Let me tell you something. No, Tony says Chris's loyalties are bizarre. Maybe they're bizarre because I'm American and I shouldn't take or have loyalty with a Geordie born that he didn't play play for Newcastle because it technically shouldn't, But if I was a Geordie, if I was born there, and I would be proud of the exports like Gaza. What do you mean, man? I'm here. You're knackered. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I can hear
you. So what
right?
are you on about, Wyn? You're the knackered one. Get out of here.
No, but it was like bloody, what do you call that Fred Parrot face? What do you call Norman Collier?
Whatever, man. You're not gonna shut me up. You're not gonna shut me up. That's the thing. You're not gonna shut me up. And don't try to shut me up.
He's gonna know Norman Collier.
I would be proud if I was a Geordie for the product. Michael Carrick was around the world, man. It's a Geordie, just like Alan Shearer, just like many others. Exports of the Northeast. That's all I'm saying. Anyways,
Chris, can I ask you something?
Go on.
If
before we go,
Carrick doesn't get his caretaker contract at Manchester United extended into next year, is Michael Carrick a candidate to take over Eddie Howe?
Listen, I think
northeastern roots.
Well, I think he knows Newcastle. He he never played there, but he knows Newcastle United. That's something you can't underestimate. He knows Newcastle United. He's a winner. He knows he's been managed. He's done work under one of the best in the world, right? I'm just trying to make a case for him, but surely he doesn't have the experience.
Yeah.
And that's what it kind of pushing me away. However, he does have some points in his favor. We'll see what happens with this Man United team, but I'm not 100% on it yet. However, I can still be proud that he's a proper Geordie. Does he have a Geordie accent? I haven't heard him speak actually in a long time. He's still there? Yeah. Come on, man. Win.
He never got a Geordie twang.
Right, there you go.
Come on, man.
He still lives over there, though.
No, but he must have a house. He must have a crib in Newcastle, though. Come on.
No.
Matter of fact, he was. I'm pretty sure I read he still had a house in Newcastle. He has a house in Newcastle.
I'm sure.
Well, his family must have.
His
family knows.
Yeah. He comes to Newcastle, man. He come on. He probably never goes to East London.
Michael Carrick.
I'm just saying I don't like the scrutiny of characters just because just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Exactly, I know.
Middlesbrough up till a year ago, wasn't he?
Well, he was, but I mean Middlesbrough.
Yeah, that was.
His brother was proper Geordie as well. He was manager. He was for the Mackhams or Newcastle. Which one? Newcastle, right? He was in Newcastle. The brother. Wasn't he? Yeah.
Whose brother?
Carrick's brother. He was managing for.
Didn't know you had
a brother. Graham, he was under 21s manager, but then he went to join Michael at Middlesbrough.
Exactly. So listen, Geordie family, man. Wyn, wake up, man, for real. Cause Wyn he's not a Geordie really. He wants the UK to be the 55th state. You know, he wants Premier League games in America. He's all about money now, man. He's not even bothered about being a Geordie or nothing like that. Anyways, we gotta go. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate the super. Let me see the super chats real quick. How many super chats we got? It's Still by Dad. Thank you very much, Boaky, Becca, Geniesta, Paul Wright, You Know Why, Super Sam, Dark Side of the Moon. Thank you, Was Again. Thank you very much, all of you out there, for the support. We'll see you on the next one, folks. Tomorrow will be the next one, so join us tomorrow for that one. How will the lads? See you. Bye-bye.
How will